moment. What other specific grievance have you against Maxie?
He insults me on the streets. Language that makes my spine crawl. He hires children to throw garbage at me when I pass. And look, in a public restaurant, in front of 100 show people. Show people? My bread and butter, mind you. Maxie pours a plate of soup on my head.
What kind of soup?
Noodle soup. Limp noodles hanging from my brow like Excelsior on a Christmas tree. Have I got specific grievances?
Sounds like it's...
It's not all so comical. I'm made ridiculous. But I'm also in mortal danger.
How's that?
Threats to kill me.
Threats in what form?
The cowardly form only Punchy Maxie could use. Here, these.
Cartridges. Low caliber.
Low, high, medium. They mean murder. I find them everywhere. On my office desk, on the dining table. They come in the mail. A bullet to a letter. Craig, I'm being hounded into fear and insanity.
Why do you only suspect Maxie?
I got reasons.
Well, let me hear.
All right. These cartridges. They've been identified for me as belonging to Maxie.
Identified by whom?
Paula Paloma.
Sadie Sachs.
Craig, again, I beg you, please forget her other name.
I checked Maxie's mental condition with Paula Paloma. Was he ever actually confined to a sanitarium?
In the time we were going together, twice.
I see. You identified certain cartridges.
Lomax told you, huh?
Lomax did. Why do you say they were Maxie's?
Because I saw the identical ones in Maxie's room at least 50 times. He kept them in a candy jar on his mantelpiece.
Why would Maxie keep cartridges in a candy jar?
Ask Maxie why.
Could Maxie kill Lomax?
Anybody could kill anybody. It's a free country, haven't you heard?
Name somebody besides Maxie who has it in for Lomax.
Daisy?
Who's Daisy?
Lomax's wife. Used to be, I mean. There's a saying, there's no fury... no fury...
Like a woman scorned.
That's Daisy. A woman scorned. She'd kill Lomax in a flash.
Other enemies of the great man?
People. A man with Lomax's lust for power must make enemies of the little people.
How do you feel about Lomax?
I worship the ground. He's my good angel, my hero. He took me out of a $40 job as bottle washer.
And made you the toast of New York.
In one short year. I've got furs, a French maid, a Belgian wolfhound, and a bank account. Love that Lomax.
Why don't you tell Maxie you were never serious with him, so he'll stop having delusions and stop bothering Lomax?
Stop bothering Lomax and start bothering me. Better he should bother Lomax. Lomax can take it, I can't. Positively not.
That evening, my client Maxie made no bones about being a little on the weird side.
Sure, I'm spooky. I ever say I wasn't?
No, not in so many words.
Why you looking shocked, Craig?
Well, the fact is, I had you characterized as whimsical, sort of a colorful screwball.
So now you know different.
So you ever get really violent, Maxie?
Yeah, every so often. The other day, I bit the ear off the dog.
Why?
The mutt was annoying me, jumping on and off my lap so I couldn't read the racing form. Was I justified?
Maxie.
What?
I don't want to be a fair-weather friend, but...
Hey, you're not edging up to ask me to go back to the tombs.
Well, on the loose like this, I'm responsible for you.
So I ain't behaving?
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
How about the cartridges you keep bombarding Lomax with?
Oh, you, know about them, huh?
I know about them.
Well, quit doing it, okay? I don't need to be doing it anymore anyhow.
What does that mean?
Well, I did it to scare Lomax, but Lomax won't scare anymore. Not the way he is.
The way he is? Well, what does that mean?
It means I had a dream just before right after lunch. I dropped off for a snooze, a few fast winks. Anyhow, I had a dream about Lomax. I always dream after pastrami and gherkins. Gherkins is what they call pickles.
Yeah. Well, what did you dream about Lomax?
That he was sleeping like me. Only he wasn't dreaming. Couldn't dream even if he wanted to. Not with all that lead in him.
You dreamed Lomax was dead?
Yeah, in his parlor. His head on the floor and his feet up on the sofa. An upside-down position. A comical look to him. Hey, where you going?
Telephone, Lomax. I want to know if you were only dreaming, client.
You're wasting time, Craig. How can a stiff get up to answer the telephone?
Maxie, get your hat. We're both paying Lomax to call.
Sure. Oh, but hey, on the way, let's stop off at a florist, huh? I want to blow $10 on a wreath for Lomax.
I soon discovered that Maxie had uncanny powers of prophecy and divination.
Get off the buzzer. Lomax can't hear it.
Door's locked.
Give it your shoulder.
I'll have to, I guess.
Some light on the subject, huh? Well, is it like I dreamed?
Yeah. Only there's a discrepancy.
What?
You said feet on the sofa and head off.
Yeah, I said.
All of Lomax is on the floor.
Hey, what do you expect from a dream? 100% accuracy?
Oh. Shot through the neck.
And down there, in the ribs.
Maxie, did you do it?
I wished I had.
You may wish you hadn't.
I was asleep in the room, I told you, dreaming. Hey, you gonna cause trouble for me?
I should have my head examined for bailing you out of the tombs.
Do that, why don't you? I'm for examining heads, like teeth. Why is a head any different than a tooth, huh?
Maxie, right off, I'm handing you back to whence I got you.
Right off? Take care of Lomax first, huh? He's dead. Show some respect.
With my number one suspect back where I found him, the tombs, I held the crying towel for Sadie Sachs. That is, Paula Paloma.
I'm finished. Through. Everything was going good, and now I'm finished.
So was Lomax finished, through.
I'll be back washing bottles. Oh, I knew in my heart my good luck was too good to last.
Lomax's death doesn't necessarily put the kibosh on your career.
Lomax was my career. I'm his invention, his creation. Without him, I'm nobody. Why, consider what the man did for me.
I've seen the billboards.
He got me elected Miss Gooseberry Pie of 1954, Miss Bottle Drink, and the girl most likely to...
Most likely what?
Oh, I forgot. I'm destroyed, utterly destroyed. I'm a battleship at sea without an engine. Oh, that Maxie.
Nothing points conclusively to Maxie. That ex-wife of Lomax's.
Daisy.
Do I remember your saying she had it in for him?
She hated him. Everybody on Broadway knows that.
Well, we're off Broadway. Where can I find Daisy?
Stand on any corner and holler. She'll come running. Look, I want to cry myself to death, so stop asking me questions and go away, huh?
I found Daisy behind a beaded curtain. The Chop Suey parlor in Bath Beach, Brooklyn. She was running the joint. A middle-aged lady middleweight with a peroxide bleach and a washed-up look.
So Lomax is dead. So I'm heartbroken. I tell you what, mister. Out of sentiment to my ex, I'll hang a dish rag at half-mast.
What's your burning gripe against your late ex-husband?
I could fill an encyclopedia.
Fill one page.
Girls. Girls and girls. I was a wife always competing with proteges.
But that was Lomax's business, finding talent and building them up to fat contract status.
While Lomax was building up his discoveries, he was building me down, burying me.
You were neglected.
I had to hand Lomax my card so to remember who I was. Nights when he'd come home, he'd hand me his. And a tip. He had me confused with a hat check girl.
Who divorced who?
Me. He sneaked it in through Mexico. I was too demoralized to fight him. He bought me this chop suey parlor so I wouldn't be an alimony load.
Looks like a nice little business.
You don't have to be polite. I net $50 a week, clear. I'm lucky. When I was Mrs. Lomax, I spent $50 a day on cologne.
Life makes changes.
Yeah. Ha! And it just did for Lomax. He'll turn over in his grave.
What does that mean?
That phony baloney Mexican divorce. I was never notified. I never agreed to it. I never signed nothing. Tomorrow, I'm calling up Greenspan and Kilroy. They're my lawyers. I'm ordering them to move to have the divorce canceled. Junked.
Why would you want to resume being Mrs. Lomax?
Guess.
To be his legal widow, huh?
To get my dowry rights in his estate.
Smart. It all kind of brings you under suspicion.
How so?
If you can turn death to profit, that underlines a motive for murder.
So it underlines, so I'm laughing. Huh. Do you want a real suspect?
I do?
Shipley. Harry Shipley.
Who's he?
Confidential secretary in the Marathon Wonder Enterprises, Incorporated. That's Lomax's company. There was bad blood between Shipley and Lomax.
Then why would Lomax keep Shipley on?
I was never sure. Something Shipley had on Lomax and vice versa, something Lomax had on Shipley. You never knew Lomax. Nobody did. He was always underhanded. Nothing with Lomax was ever clean cut out in the open. When's Lomax's funeral?
The police will release the body for burial tonight. The funeral's tomorrow at 10 a.m.
I'll be there. As his legal widow. You be there, too, and watch Shipley. Never mind Lomax in his coffin, just watch Shipley. Watch him and you'll see a happy man. Happy because Lomax is dead.
I hadn't exactly planned on attending the funeral.
Attend! This funeral will be good for you.
How so?
Perk you up, forget your troubles, make you glad to be alive. Simply delighted.
At funerals, sometimes the skies smile. Other times they don't. Thunderbursts, rain in buckets. The skies weren't smiling a bit. But Shipley was. Grins as wide as a poster advertising a Coney Island funhouse. I'd seen guys smile before. Sweepstakes winners, fathers of quintuplets. DiMaggio when he married La Monroe. Never in my life before had I seen a smile as big as the one on Shipley's kisser. There was no eulogy at Lomax's grave, like nobody had a good word to say about him. Later, in a tavern a stone's throw from the cemetery gates, Shipley let on he didn't either have a good word to say about his late boss, Lomax.
As long as you're buying drinks, Mr. Craig.
Hey, bartender, another orangeade for my friend. You were saying, Shipley?
Rotten egg, that Lomax. Money was his god.
What did he have on you? Come on, Daisy told me a few things.
I owed him money.
You owed the till, you mean, huh? You did a little embezzling? How much did you borrow from Lomax and all?
$22,000.
Why didn't he can you, or jail you, or both?
Well, I had knowledge that was disadvantageous to Lomax.
What? Come on, talk up, Shipley. I'm trying to satisfy myself that you didn't murder Lomax.
Income tax evasion. As confidential secretary, I knew the truth about Lomax's books.
Yes, you would. Shipley.
Yeah?
Take me to the offices of Marathon Wonder Enterprises. Show me Lomax's books and stuff, huh?
Well...
It's all on my responsibility, Shipley. You're doing it involuntarily. I'm making you do it. Anybody asks you, that's your excuse. I'm the beast, forcing you to be unethical toward a dead boss. Let's go. After 4 hours of snooping at the Marathon Wonder Enterprises, I got to know Lomax's business so intimately it would send a chill through Lomax. If he were alive, that is.
I've done my very best to acquaint you.
You've been a real help. Lucrative racket, Lomax's.
His estate, when audited, will easily total $1 million.
Well, all for talent scouting.
Ownership of talent. Lomax wasn't only a 10%er.
No, he wasn't. That much became clear tonight. He signed talent to 10-year contracts with renewal options on lopsided terms. Lopsided in favor of Lomax.
Mm-hmm. One Lomax property, the actor Baxter Burroughs, now with Clinton Pictures, made more than $250,000 in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I read those figures.
Had Lomax lived, he was certain to make an equivalent or greater sum through Paula Paloma.
Sadie Sachs. Oh, let's see that letter again, huh?
Yeah, here you are.
From the Mecca Elwyn Bayer Motion Picture Company.
A firm offer of a 7-year contract to Paula Paloma.
At $4,000 a week, scaling upwards every year.
I'd say that's the best contract offer Lomax ever received for any talent he represented.
$4,000 a week with Lomax in for half.
Half plus certain expenses. Lomax was a genius at adding expenses. The 50% generally came closer to 70.
Bad time to die, with money coming at him from all sides. Thanks, Shipley. It's been enlightening.
Wait, Mr. Craig.
What?
The money I borrowed from Lomax, I've been repaying it so much a week for years now.
How much still outstanding?
Oh, a relatively small sum, really negligible.
Then I'd guess you've got nothing to worry about, Shipley.
Thank you, Mr. Craig.
Daisy, Maxie, Shipley, Paula. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whodunit. Maxie tried to simplify the guesswork for me. He tossed a bombshell at me through Paula.
Read this.
Love letter from an admirer?
From Maxie in the Tombs, a human document. Mr. Craig, it's the cry of a tortured soul.
Dear Sadie. Well, very interesting stuff.
So what do you think?
Maxie himself write this?
It's Maxie's handwriting. Well, say something.
It's a little incredible. In the letter, Maxie apologizes to you for murdering Lomax.
He cost me a dear friend and advisor. Now Maxie's sorry.
If true, this amounts to a confession.
If true. Why shouldn't it be true? It's Maxie's own statement, his own words. Nobody forced him.
Maxie being Maxie, you can't blame me for taking him with a box of salt, huh? Wrap the body beautiful in the mink doll. We're paying a formal visit to Maxie. We found Maxie dining on caviar and chopped onions.
All the eating's good in here.
Caviar on the prison menu?
A Ladies' Benevolent Society come through. They give me this caviar and a cigar. Oh, hey, I forgot. How you, Sadie?
The name's Paula.
This letter you sent Paula. Still stand by what it says, Maxie?
Yeah, sure. So I murdered Lomax. What can they do to me?
Fry you.
Like fish. Am I responsible for what I do?
Aren't you?
I got a record that says I ain't.
So you figure to beat the rap by pleading insanity.
Insanity for the time being. Only while I shot Lomax. All of a sudden, I blanked out. When I come to, there was Lomax dead on the floor and a smoking gun in my hand.
Where's the gun?
But forget, I threw it away someplace.
Nice try, Maxie. It proves something.
Proves what?
That knighthood is still in flower for a price.
A price?
Whatever Paula here promised you for taking the heat off her.
Paula promised?
Hey, what kind of booby talk? Mr. Craig, I must say I resent the insinuation.
Not insinuation, doll. Accusation.
You're accusing me?
Of getting Maxie to take the chance of a temporary insanity plea for a murder you did.
Craig, you're more gone than me. Why would Sadie here, excuse me, Paula, why would Paula here want to knock off Lomax, the best friend she had?
For money. To recover 100% of herself. Paula.
What?
Your $1 million future with the movies. How much of a piece did Lomax have? I mean, while he was alive.
Well, the usual 10%.
Lomax wasn't a 10%er.
I mean, half.
Half plus. Expenses off the top. For the build-up he gave you. Quite a bill there. Lomax knew how to run up astronomical figures. The way I calculated it in Lomax's office a few hours ago, you'd be working years for Lomax. All for Lomax, very little for you. You'd have a showcase, Lomax would keep all the marbles. How did a sensitive young lady of your refinement bring herself to shoot a man down in cold blood?
All of a sudden, Sadie blanked out. When she come to, there was Lomax, dead.
It was a pleasure shooting Lomax, a regular picnic. Lomax had it all fixed for me to be his slave. Well, I'm nobody's slave.
You'll tell your story, Sadie, how you killed a rat and a conniver who came between us. The judge will bawl like a kid. The jury won't even go out. Not guilty, Sadie. That's a verdict for sure.
Suppose you two stay here and make plans. I've got to see a man about a murder.
Mr. Craig, you're not leaving me here.
Oh, an affectionate couple like you and Maxie, made for each other. A housekeeping cell for two. Kids, I don't know a cheaper way for a loving couple to get started in life. So long now. Hey, God, open up.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, For Love of Murder, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story of Death's Bargain Basement, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
We call next week's story Death's Bargain Basement. It takes place in a department store because, as you all know, bargain basements are always found in department stores. But so, on occasion, is death. Good night, folks. See you next week.
The National Broadcasting Company has just brought you an NBC Radio Network production with William Gargan, starring as Barry Craig, confidential investigator, directed by Arthur Jacobson. Also heard were Barney Phillips, Tom McKee, Barbara Fuller, Gloria Ann Simpson, and Herb Ellis. Eddie King speaking.
Listen to me. Put down that gun.
Jerry, be careful.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way. Clark, in the name of heaven, will you...
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Too Late to Die. A man sits at a microphone in a radio studio in Midtown Manhattan. His name is Clint Conroy, and his voice is being heard in thousands of homes throughout New York. In the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. North.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up tonight's broadcast with another open letter to Wally Clark. I hope you're listening, Wally, wherever you are. I hope you're listening hard.
And in the Fifth Avenue penthouse of one Victor Bailey.
Dave Largo's in town, Wally. You know Largo, and you know why Vic Bailey and the syndicate brought him in from Chicago. That's how badly Vic Bailey wants you, Wally. He's brought in the #1 gun of the syndicate to get you, to find you, Wally, and to kill you.
And in a cheap hotel in Chelsea Square.
You can't go on hiding forever, Wally. If Vic Bailey and Dave Largo don't get you, the police will. So listen to me, Wally. Give yourself up. Go to the district attorney. Tell him all you know about Bailey's financial setup. Give him the records you took from Bailey's office. Listen, Wally. The district attorney will protect you. Play it smart, Wally. Get Vic Bailey before he gets...
That guy, why can't he leave me alone? Why does he have to keep after me? Every night for a month, all he's done is... Oh, I'm sorry, Nora. I shouldn't have blown my top like that.
No. When you shouldn't drink anymore. Please, Wally.
Oh, okay. Cigarette?
On the dresser. Wally, Clint Conroy's trying to help you.
Help me.
Well, he is. And, darling, he's right. We can't go on hiding forever, living like this. Me in this room and you sneaking around town like a hunted animal, living Lord knows where. Oh, Wally, do you realize that tonight's the first time I've seen you in a week?
I know.
Well, what kind of a life is
Look,
it when...
I couldn't come around because...
Because why?
Look, honey, I don't want to frighten you, but you're going to have to move out of here.
Why, Wally?
Well, I think the dame on the switchboard, a little blonde.
The one they call Gladys?
Yeah. I got a hunch she recognizes me from the picture in the paper the other day.
Oh, Wally.
I'm not sure. I may be wrong, but...
Did she see you come in tonight?
No, she isn't working tonight. Nora, I rented a room in a rooming house for you, up on 81st Street. Now we'll go...
Wally, I can't stand it any longer. You've got to go to the district attorney. Give him Vic Bailey's records and tell him everything you can.
Then go order a coffin?
The police would protect you.
For how long? The rest of my life? They'd have to, because sooner or later Bailey'd get me. It might be a month or a year or 5 years, but he'd get me.
He'd be in prison.
Prisons don't stop guys like Bailey, Nora. Honey, can't you understand? Bailey isn't just one man. He's hundreds of men. Yeah, thousands of them. He's the syndicate. The syndicate. And even if I sent Bailey to prison, it'd get me because there are too many guys like me. Guys who talk. And the syndicate would have to make an example of me.
Well, then send his books and records back to him and...
That wouldn't do any good. It isn't just his books he's worried about. It's the guy who kept them. When the grand jury hung that subpoena on me, it was my death warrant as far as Bailey was concerned. Oh, Nora, honey, listen. We won't go on like this much longer. If I can just scrape together some money, we'll...
We'll what? Go somewhere else and hide? And what happens when the baby comes?
Baby?
Yes, baby.
Nora,
I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
You've had other things on your mind.
But, Nora,
Don't, Wally, please. Please don't. Leave me alone. I'm through.
Nora.
With you and with living like this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I do know this much. Our baby isn't going to be born behind closed shades in some hall bedroom with you there. You with your gun and your fear and... Get out, Wally.
Nora.
Get out right now and don't come back.
Well, here's the elevator, Pam.
I hope Clint's had time to get home from his broadcast.
He said he'd be here at 7, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, he'll probably be here then.
You know, it's funny.
What's funny?
About Clint Conroy wanting you to publish a collection of his columns and broadcasts.
Well, what's funny about that?
I don't know. You'd think a man with a radio broadcast 5 nights a week, a television program, a gossip column in newspapers all over the country wouldn't care about a book that'd sell only a few thousand copies.
Well, it'll sell more than a few thousand.
Well, I hope so.
I know so. Look, Clint Conroy's a big name, and... Oh, here we are. I'll get the bell. And if his book isn't a bestseller, I'll certainly miss my guess.
Pam! Jerry!
Hello, Clint.
Come in. Here, let me take your coat, Pam.
Thank you.
I'll just throw mine here, Clint.
Okay. Come on in the living room, huh? Now stir up some Manhattans. Okay?
Oh, fine.
We heard your broadcast tonight, Clint.
And you're certainly giving this Wally Clark a ride. What's the story there?
Story on Clark?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, a bookkeeper, fairly legitimate, worked for a small outfit called Mammoth Enterprises Incorporated. Dummy outfit that Victor Bailey set up to cover his personal take from the rackets. Here you are, Pam.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Thanks.
Well, about a month ago, the district attorney slapped a subpoena on Clark ordering him to appear before the grand jury with Bailey's records. Clark took a powder. A rumor has it Bailey figured Clark would melt and run down in his shoes when he went before the grand jury, so we ordered him eliminated.
Killed?
Dead. But Clark was a jump ahead of Bailey. He and his wife disappeared. Now, let's forget about this and have another, huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Clint Conroy?
Yeah?
Wally Clark.
Clark.
Listen, Conroy, I want to...
Hold it. Okay, Clark.
Look, I got a proposition for you, Conroy. I'm willing to give myself up to you.
Go on.
I'll tell you everything I know about Bailey. Let you take a look at the books I have, the works.
What about the district attorney?
I'll talk to him any time you say, after I get $5,000.
5,000.
Cash. The story I can give you is worth twice that much.
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Okay, take an hour.
Where can I call you?
You can't.
But
I'll
if...
call you.
Clark.
In 1 hour.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell him.
Well?
Bert Noonan.
Well?
Says Clark stayed in a flop joint in Canal Street last Saturday night.
And?
Left a dirty shirt and hasn't been back since. You're belting that bottle pretty hard, Vic.
Why don't you mind your own business, Largo?
You're getting the jumps, Vic.
You shut up.
Drinking, smashing glasses in the fireplace, yelling.
Shut up, Largo. I brought you here to do a job, not to... I'll answer it.
Sure.
Hi. I'm Gladys Myers.
So?
Is, Mr. Bailey in?
Who is it, Dave?
Something wearing a skirt. What do you want, lady?
I want to see Mr. Bailey.
What about?
Wally Clark.
Wally Cook? Come in.
Thanks.
In here.
Thanks. Hi.
What does she want?
She mentioned Wally Clark.
Who is she?
Oh, my name's Gladys. Gladys Myers.
What about Wally Clark?
Well, you're looking for him, ain't you?
And what if he is?
Well, I can tell you where you can find him. At least where you can find his wife.
Where? Well?
Well, worth anything to you?
Maybe. Talk.
Say maybe $500?
Talk.
Well, is it or ain't it?
Tell me what you know and I'll see. Who are you?
Well, if I tell you that, you'll know where Mrs. Clark is.
So? Who are you?
Oh, $500 ain't nothing to a man like you, Mr. Bailey.
What's stolen?
When I see some money.
Listen, you stupid little tramp. If you know something, you spill it. Now talk.
Take it easy, Vic.
I'll handle this. No, you little...
Let go of me! You got no right to... Ow!
Now, where's Clark's wife? Talk. You hear me? Now talk.
All right. Pontiac Hotel. Chelsea Square.
Okay. Now, you heard her, Largo.
Yeah.
I'll get going.
What about her?
Give her $10 and throw her out of here. I hate stool pigeons.
And don't you think one section of your book should include the columns and broadcasts you did from Korea, Clint? Hey, Clint.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Is something wrong, Clint?
Wrong. You keep looking at your watch as though it were a time bomb that was going to explode any minute.
Well, in a way, it is.
What do you mean?
Well, look, I need some help. You remember the phone call I got just after you two arrived?
Yeah. What about it?
It was Wally Clark.
Wally Clark?
You mean that...
Yeah. He's willing to give himself up.
Oh, golly.
To me.
You? Well, why not the district attorney?
Because the district attorney won't pay him $5,000.
$5,000?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
For his story. For the first look at Vic Bailey's books. After that, he'll go to the DA.
Well, what did you tell him?
I stalled. But I'm going to go for the deal. An exclusive on the story Clark can tell is worth $5,000. But look, I need your help.
How?
Ever since I started this campaign to have Clark give himself up, Vic Bailey's had me followed. Now, Clark will be calling back any minute. He'll tell me where to meet him. Maybe I could shake whoever's been following me, maybe not. So, I want you two to meet him for me and take him to your place. How about it, huh?
I don't like it.
Well, I think it'd be safe, Jerry.
Oh, safe enough, maybe, but... Well, the first person Clark should talk to is the district attorney.
But he won't talk to the DA first, Jerry. He wants money. And if he doesn't sell his story to me, he'll sell it to some other newsman.
That's right, Jerry.
That's Clark. Jerry?
Clint,
Look. If I call this friend of yours on the force, this,
Bill Wagon?
Yeah. If I have him at your apartment while I talk to Clark, would you help me out then?
Darling, let's do it.
Jerry, I've got to answer that phone.
Okay, Clint. Answer it. We'll meet Clark.
Pier 12 is the next one, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, look. That must be the shed where we were told to park.
You wait here. Keep the motor running.
All right, darling. Oh, but be careful.
Yeah.
North?
Yes?
No, don't turn around. Don't move.
I don't have a gun, Clark.
Okay. Who's that in your car?
My wife. Clint Conroy told you she'd be with me.
I'm just checking. All right, let's go. I'll ride him back.
You drive, Pam.
All right.
Turn the car around, Mrs. North, and go back uptown.
Uptown?
Our place is down in the village.
We're making a stop before we go to your place.
A stop? Where?
In Chelsea Square, the Pontiac Hotel, to pick up my wife. All right, this way.
What's your wife got to do with this, Clark?
Everything.
What does that mean?
Here. I'm doing this for her. She gets the money and protection from Vic Bailey, or there's no deal. Nora. Nora!
She isn't here.
She must be. Nora!
Well, the door's unlocked.
Nora! Nora, where are you?
She isn't here.
And look at this room. It looks as if there's been a
Bailey.
fire. What?
Vic Bailey's got her.
What would he want with your wife?
He's going to use her to smoke me out.
In that case, this has gone far enough. I was a fool to listen to Clint Conroy in the first place.
Hey, who you calling?
The police.
Put that telephone down.
Jerry.
Now, just a minute.
Put it
Clark.
down or I'll use this gun on you. I mean it.
Do as he says, Jerry.
Okay.
Now get over there. Don't move, either of you.
Who are you calling?
Vic Bailey.
Hello.
Hello, Bailey?
Well, Wally.
Yeah.
I had a feeling I'd be hearing from you.
Okay, Bailey, let's cut the talk. You win. Where's Nora?
Where are you?
I'll meet you anywhere you say.
And my books, Wally. Where are they?
You'll get 'em, Bailey, after you've let Nora go. But if you've hurt her, I swear to heaven...
Relax, Wally.
Where shall I meet you?
You know my place in Scarsdale?
Yeah?
Be there in an hour, Wally.
Okay.
You're a fool, Clark. You should have let us call the police.
If Victor Bailey's holding your wife in his house here in Scarsdale, the police
He didn't
could...
say Nora was there.
Well, then how do you know she's all right? You can't trust a man like Bailey.
I don't. That's why you two are along. You're going to keep Bailey honest.
What do you mean?
Turn here, Nora. Now keep going, but turn off your lights. I'll tell you how you're going to keep Bailey honest. You're going into the house first, North. You're going to make sure there's no one there except Bailey and Nora.
And if there is?
Now pull up here under that tree. If there is, they get out. They leave by the front door so I can see them go. Then I go in with the records and you bring Nora out.
What about you?
I'll stay there with Bailey until I know Nora's safe. Then Bailey can have his books and I'll leave.
Oh, listen to me, Clark. Let me call the police. Bailey wants you almost as badly as he does those records of his.
I know that.
So how do you know some of his gunmen won't be waiting for you outside when you try to leave?
I don't.
They'll kill you.
That's my worry. Now get going, North.
Oh, Clark.
Get going. And North,
Well,
don't try any tricks to get the police here. I'm protecting my wife. You protect yours.
all right, Bailey. Now, where's Mrs. Clark?
In here. Resting. There.
What's the matter with her?
Not a thing.
I smell chloroform.
Do you?
She's been chloroformed, hasn't she?
Has she? Come on. Well, you've looked over the whole house, North, except for a broom closet or two. Are you satisfied?
No. But Wally Clark will be when your friends leave.
Okay, Largo. Smiley. Blow.
What a sap you're letting Clark play you for.
Beat it. I know what I'm doing.
Look, How do you know the cops ain't waiting outside?
Beat it.
Okay, sucker. Come on, Smiley. All right.
All right, North, get Wally Clark in here. Raise the shade on the front window.
Sure.
I'm going in and try to wake Mrs. Clark.
Just one thing, North. You're probably figuring on going to the police after you get Mrs. Clark out of here.
That's right.
Won't do you any good.
Kidnapping is a pretty serious offense, Bailey.
Kidnapping? Who's been kidnapped? Mrs. Clark? She isn't going to complain.
We'll see.
Yeah, sure, North. Okay, we will see. Hello, Wally.
Get inside, Miss North.
Jerry, where's my husband?
And getting Mrs. Clark. You don't need the gun, Wally. All I want's my records.
I'll put them on this table when Mr. and Mrs. North get Nora out of here.
Mr. Clark, don't give him those books.
Shut up.
You don't have to. You've got the gun. We could take the books and your wife.
Maybe you ought to listen to her, Wally. In a way, she's making sense.
Oh, sure. We all walk out of here and let Dave Largo and Smiley chop us down,
You
huh?
saw Dave and Smiley drive away, didn't you?
They drove away, and they could have driven right back. Oh, no, Bailey, I'm not being suckered like that. I stay here with this gun on you till I know Nora's safe. North!
Yeah?
Hurry it up. Come on.
I'm coming.
Jerry, where's Mrs. Clark?
Still in the bedroom.
Well, get her out here.
It's no use.
No use?
Why not?
You were right, Bailey. Mrs. Clark isn't going to complain. She can't. She's dead.
Dead?
Oh, no.
Nora.
Sorry, Clark.
Nora.
Don't go in there, Clark.
How did she die?
Bailey's friends must have used too much chloroform.
You're crazy, North.
Am I?
She isn't dead. She can't be.
Go see for yourself.
I will.
Stay where you are, Vic.
Look out.
Stay right where you are.
No. Just a minute, Wally.
Take it easy.
I'm going to kill you, Vic.
No.
Don't be a fool, Clark.
Jerry, watch out.
If you want to kill Bailey, you're going to have to shoot me first.
Get away from him, Mr. North.
Jerry, darling,
Get away
don't.
from him. You played it square with me. I don't want to hurt you.
All right, then give me that gun.
No, I warned Bailey.
Listen to me,
If he
Clark.
hurt Nora,
Listen.
Look, Wally, give me a break, will you? I didn't hurt her. It was Largo. It's Largo's
Be
fault.
quiet, Bailey. Look, Clark. All you'll get out of killing Bailey will be the electric chair.
And the pleasure of watching him die.
Listen, now, put down that gun. Let me call the police. Let Bailey be the one to go to the chair.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way.
Clark, in the name of heaven, will you...
Ow!
What?
Gunshot!
Came from outside.
Yeah, Wally. And look.
What?
At this. Oh. All right, get his gun, Pam. Get it.
I've got it.
Give it to me.
Here.
Now, get over there and sit down, Bailey. Hurry up. Move.
All right.
All right, turn off the lights, Pam.
Okay, Donahue. Donahue, bring him over here.
Jerry, that sounds like... Jerry, it is.
Bill Wigan.
Come on. Look.
A police car.
Bill.
Pam, Jerry, are you all right?
Yeah. Where the devil did you come from?
What was all that shooting out there?
Now, one question at a time. Let's get inside. Clint Conroy and Sergeant Donahue and I followed you from the Pontiac Hotel.
Oh, Clint's here, too?
Yeah. Well, hello, Bailey.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Oh, there's Wally Clark, Bill.
Well, what happened to him?
Well, I slugged him to get his gun away from him.
What was that shooting about, Bill?
We saw a couple of Bailey's men moving in on the house, Dave Largo and another guy, and they tried to make a break for it when we stopped them.
But how did you get here? How did you know we were at the Pontiac Hotel?
A woman named Gladys Myers, the switchboard operator at the Pontiac, called Conroy and told him Mrs. Clark was there, and we'd better get her before Vic Bailey did. Well, we got there just as you and Pam drove off in your car with Clark, and we followed you. We waited outside until we saw Largo, and then we... What?
Wow. Who's that?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Come on.
Mrs. Clark?
Yeah.
But you said she was dead.
What?
He did, Bill.
Well, here she is.
Wally. Jerry North, why did you say she was dead?
Well, I figured it was the only way to keep Wally Clark from turning those books and records over to Vic Bailey.
But what if those shots from outside hadn't distracted Wally Clark so you could get his revolver away from him? What would you have done?
Well, I would have...
Well?
Come to think of it, what would I have done? Hello? Hello, Miss Pennington? Yeah, Mr. North. Look, Miss Pennington, I won't be into work today. No, I'm going to stay home and do nothing but relax. My appointments? Well, cancel them. Oh, and I don't want to take any calls here at home, understand? I'm going to do absolutely nothing but relax.
Jerry?
Yes, dear?
Who are you talking to on the telephone?
The office. I called Miss Pennington and told her that I was going to...
Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Sylvia. What?
Today? Oh, I'd love to, Sylvia, but I simply couldn't. I have a million things to do today. Jerry and I are having a dinner party tonight, and I have to go to the butcher, the grocer, the florist, cook, clean house from top to bottom, and what? Don't I have anyone to help? Gollies, I wish I did, but I haven't. All right, Sylvia, some other time. Goodbye. Sylvia Blaine wanted me to have lunch with her. I'm sorry, dear. What were you saying?
Saying?
Oh, you started to say you called the office to tell Miss Pennington that you were going to something.
Going to... Oh, yeah. I called to say I was going to, be a few minutes late getting to work, but that I'd be there. That I'd very definitely be there.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
The Funeral Wreath, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Verbenas.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter made a funeral wreath give him the answer to a cold-blooded murder. But first, a word of advice. As a homemaker, you know what a job it is to keep a home attractive. That's why you've appreciated the new beauty which Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, has brought to your walls. And that's why you'll appreciate Linex Cream Polish, which restores your furniture's original handsomeness in one quick, easy application. Yes, Linex Cream Polish saves one whole step in your housekeeping routine, for it cleans as it polishes without tiresome rubbing. And it removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation, banishes fingerprints, helps to conceal ugly scratches, drying to a hard finish that leaves no oil to attract more dust. So ask for Linex Cream Polish now at your hardware, paint, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that covers in one coat. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we look in on Nick's office, we find Lieutenant Riley telling Patsy and Nick about a rather unfortunate experience.
Well, it's like this, you see, Nick. Tonight, after old man Bramwell gave me the devil this morning about there being 4 robberies on his street in 3 weeks, I picked the best man I got on the force, and I sent him up to Pine Street, where all these robberies been taking place, and I told him to watch like his life depended on it. Mm-hmm. And then about 1 o'clock this morning, I got to thinking about it, and I decided to go up there and have a look for myself, just to be sure, you know.
Sure, I know. The demon of the police force goes on the job himself.
Oh, now, look, Nicky, you got to let me tell this or not.
Sorry, Riley. Go on with your story.
Well, like I said, I went to Pine Street myself, and I found the cop I'd sent up there was right on the job okay, and everything was quiet as far as I could see. So I asked him how he was making out.
Nothing stirring so far, Lieutenant. No suspicious characters around at all.
You've been right here all the time, eh, Green?
Oh, every minute, Lieutenant.
Good. I just dropped around to be sure.
Lieutenant, have you got a minute to spare?
What do you mean, have I got a minute?
Well, it's like this. My wife's having a baby tonight, I expect.
Oh.
She went to the hospital this afternoon, just before I came on duty. And being as how I'm out here where no one could reach me, I just kind of thought I'd
You want to call her to see if you're a father yet?
Well, yes, sir. And I thought that if you wouldn't mind watching here a minute, I just phoned from the drugstore just around the corner. It'll only take me a minute, sir.
Oh,
if you wouldn't mind.
sure. Go ahead and phone. I'll wait until you come back. But don't stand gabbing for a half an hour, man.
Oh, I won't, sir.
So he went off and left you all alone, huh? Oh, too bad.
I say it was too bad. If we'd both been there, we might have got that dirty crook.
So what happened then, Lieutenant?
Well, I stood there in the shadow of the corner house, you see, watching.
Uh-huh.
And a moment later, I saw a dark figure come out of old Bramwell's house, which was just 2 doors up the street. Now, I knew Bramwell and his wife lived there alone, with only a maid, so I wondered who it would be coming out there at that time of night. And what made me even more suspicious, there was no light on in the hall, like there would be if somebody was saying goodnight to him. So I says to myself, I'll just go over and find out who he is, because I'm not taking no chances tonight.
And you went over?
I did that. And the guy just stood there at the top of the steps. He seemed to be fumbling with something in a bag there. And as soon as I got up to the house, he turned around and hung something right beside the door. But it was too dark to see what it was at first. But as he started down the steps, I saw it was a funeral wreath with a long streamer of purple ribbon on it.
How was the man dressed, Riley?
Just like an undertaker, Nick. Black gloves and a tall hat and a long black coat.
Could you see his face?
No, not very well in the dark, Patsy. Well, I wasn't looking for nothing like that. So I asked him who was dead.
I regret to inform you that Mr. George Bramwell has just passed away.
Bramwell, you say? Old man Bramwell himself?
Yes, very suddenly. Almost in his sleep, you might say.
Oh, and he was down to see me just this morning. Looking fine, he was.
Yes, very sad. Well, if you'll pardon me, I must be going. Allow me to present you with one of my cards, in case you ever have need of a man in my profession.
A card? Oh, yeah, thanks. This is J. Atherton Osgood, mortician.
Yes. If you should ever need my services, I shall be happy to be of service in any way I can.
Atherton Osgood. Osgood? There ain't no undertaker in this town by that. Hey, you, just a minute. There ain't no one.
No. So long, Copper.
Lieutenant, what happened?
That man, the one with the black bag.
Well, there's nobody on the street, Lieutenant. What happened to you?
The undertaker. He knocked me down.
What's that?
Hey, that came from Bramwell's house. Come on.
Are you all right, sir? Can you walk?
Of course I can walk. Let's get going here. What's the matter here, lady? What are you screaming about?
Look there.
Bramwell, with his head all smashed in.
Oh, gosh, Lieutenant, no wonder you're worried.
I'm afraid to read what the newspapers will say. I can see him now. Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police talks to murderer on steps of murder's man's home and then is tricked into letting him go. Oh, 'tis a sorry day for me.
Well, Riley, feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to get you anywhere. This man interests me.
Huh?
He goes to commit a murder and takes a funeral wreath along to hang on the door of his victim's home. That's a new one on me.
Nick, why don't you give Riley a hand? See if you can't find this crook for him.
I think I will, Patsy. That is, if Riley wants me to.
Wants you to? What do you think I've been telling you this for? Just to pass the time of day?
Very well, Riley, very well. Since you beg me so politely, I'll be only too happy to put my talents at your disposal.
Where do we begin, Nick?
Now, you say the murderer wore gloves. So you must have left no fingerprints behind him.
Yeah, that's right, Nick. And I went all through the rogues gallery this morning. And there's nothing there that looks like him.
Which leaves us, if I'm not mistaken, with 2 clues. The funeral wreath and the card he gave you.
Neither one of them is worth the tinker's dam.
No? Why not?
Well, that's the same kind of wreath they tack on anybody's door when there's a death in the family. And you certainly don't think that guy forked over his own card, do you?
You're wrong on both counts, Riley.
Now, how do you figure that, Nick?
Well, take the card first. May not be, probably isn't his own. But it's somebody's card. Look at it, Patsy. It's not printed, it's engraved.
You're right.
If it was a phony, chances are it would just be a printed one.
Good morning, folks. Beautiful morning, lovely morning, isn't it?
Get out of here, you reporter.
Hiya, Johnny, come on in.
Oh, morning, Johnny. You're just in time.
Now, look here, Johnny Winters. If you dare to print a word of this in that yellow rag you work for, I'll...
Now, hold on, Lieutenant. It's not a yellow rag, and I don't work for it. I'm a feature writer and not a reporter. So just keep your shirt on, huh? Whatever it is, it's getting you all hot and bothered.
Riley's in the spot, Johnny. And the very thought of publicity makes him squirm.
Oh, fear not, lovely policeman. Your secret shall be locked forever within the four walls of my heart.
Lovely policeman.
Hey, Nick, what's this all about? It's a long story. I'll give you the details later. But right now, I've got a job for you, if you have time to do it. Huh? Always at your service, Nicholas. And the beautiful Patsy. Speak on. I want you to get hold of someone who can let you into the public library. At this hour of the day? I don't care if it is early in the morning, and I don't care how sore they get about letting you in. But dig up somebody who can find you a copy of the Mortician's Annual. The Mortician's Annual? Yes, you know. It's the Undertaker's trade publication. See if you can find an undertaker named J. Atherton Osgood. J. Atherton Osgood, huh? All right, then what? Come back here and let me know what it says about him. And make it a rush order. This can't wait. Huh? Consider it done, Nicholas. I'm on my way. Toodaloo.
Nick, are you batty? Did you mean to tell me you think that guy's name really was J. Atherton Osgood?
Not at all, Riley. But since it's a genuine business card, he must have picked it up somewhere along his travels. This man Osgood may help us get a line on him.
That's too much for me, Nick. You want me for anything more here?
No, not just now, Riley. I'll let you know if I do. Well, what are you going to do?
I'd rather be shot than do what I have to do, Nick.
What's that, Lieutenant?
Go down to headquarters and explain to the reporters how it happened that crook got away from me last night.
Oh, well, good luck to you.
And you better put a shamrock over your left ear for luck.
Okay, Nick, okay. Have your fun. But you're laughing at a sick man.
So long.
So long, Lieutenant. I don't envy Riley when the reporters get after him.
Well, Patsy, we've got something to do ourselves. Get me the latest city directory.
It's right here, Nick. I was using it. What do you want to know?
I want a list of all the florists in the city.
What on earth for?
We're going to call on them and see which of them made this funeral wreath and for whom. So get busy. Nearly through, Patsy?
Just a couple more, Nick. But what a list.
Maybe we'll be lucky and only have to call on a few of them.
I should hope so. Why, if we have to call on him...
Hi, folks. Your messenger is back.
Johnny.
Well?
Oh, yes, very well. I might say okay.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I routed out the sweetest little redhead sub-third assistant librarian you ever saw. Name was Myrtle O'Toole. And I got her to open one of the branch libraries for me.
Did you get what I wanted?
That? Sure. Myrtle was kind of sore at me for making her lose her beauty sleep, but I soothed her. Oh, yes, I soothed her.
Casanova Winters in person.
Johnny, what did you find out?
Here, Nick. Down in black and white.
J. Atherton Osgood, Funeral Chapel, Akron, Ohio.
Yep.
Johnny, Patsy, and I are going out. I want you to go through the files and see what you can find that has to do with Akron.
Right, Nick. About what dates?
Say within the last year. I'm not quite sure of the dates yet.
I finished the list, Nick. You want to go now?
Yes, Patsy. The sooner the better.
Okay.
Get your hat and let's be on our way.
Hey, Nick. Where are you going with that funeral wreath?
I don't know for sure, Johnny, but I hope to hang it around a murderer's neck before long.
So Nick believes the funeral wreath, which the killer hung on his victim's door, will lead him to the killer himself. What can there be about that wreath that makes it such an important clue? We'll see in just a moment. Ever notice how much a shining, clean floor adds to the appearance of any room? All your rooms will look brighter, more attractive, when you protect your wood floors and linoleum with Linex Clear Gloss, the durable coating that flows on easily without brush marks, drying to a hard, tough finish which wears and wears and looks well for a long, long time. Linex Clear Gloss gives a lustrous, transparent finish to all wood or linoleum surfaces in your home, resisting boiling water, hot grease, perfume, fruit acids, even alcohol. And it's so easy to keep clean, for Linex Clear Gloss keeps the dirt on the surface where it's easily wiped away. Its gleaming beauty, its protective durability, make it a standby in thousands of American homes. So get it now. Famous Linex, spelled Lin-X. Linex Clear Gloss, the ideal way to protect your floors and woodwork. Remember to ask for it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where you'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy trying to find the florist who made the funeral wreath which the killer hung on the door of the man he had just murdered.
That's it, Patsy. Just ahead. I, Silverman.
Well, I hope this florist can tell you more than the other four we visited. They didn't know from nothing.
I hope this wreath doesn't get worn out before I find out who made it.
Yes, what is it?
Did this funeral wreath come from your shop?
From my shop. Let me see. No, it couldn't be from here. All day yesterday, business was very bad. I sent out not one single order all day. Only 2 customers.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But how about the day before? Did you send it out then, perhaps?
That's not possible, mister. These flowers, they are too fresh. They could not have been picked before yesterday, or so fresh they wouldn't be now.
You mean the wreath was definitely made up yesterday?
Sure, mister. Couldn't be before yesterday. The flowers, they are too fresh.
Any idea who might have made it up?
That I couldn't say, mister. It's a very ordinary piece. Could be anybody made it.
Okay, thanks.
Come sometime when you want to buy something, maybe. Yes, mister?
Thanks, I will.
Any luck, Nick?
No. I did find out the wreath was definitely made yesterday, but that's all.
Oh. Well, who's next on the list?
Before we visit the next place, I want to call Johnny and ask him what he found. Maybe that'll give us a lead.
Yeah, I found 3 notices from the Akron police, Nick.
Any of them the man we want, Johnny?
Well, I can't tell. Descriptions are so general, they don't mean much.
What are the dates on them?
Oh, one is dated almost a year ago. One is dated about 3 months ago, and the other is 2 months ago.
I see. Well, not much help there, I'm afraid.
And, wait a minute. 2 of the men are wanted for murder and robbery, and the other for robbery alone.
Okay, Johnny, sit tight. I may need you again. So long.
So long, Nick.
I gather he didn't find anything that will help us.
No, not without some additional evidence.
Too bad.
Well, I better call in the next florist on our list. That's the only lead we have that's any good. Mr. Schwartz?
That is right.
Could you tell me if you made this wreath?
Did I make it? Oh, mister, I did not make it.
Well, could you tell me who might have made it?
Let me look. Yes. I could not say for certain, mister, but I am in this business a long time, and I think this was not made by a florist.
Oh? Is that so? Are you sure?
No, I am not sure. But it looks as if it was made by someone who has seen a lot of wreaths like this, but is not a regular florist.
Someone who's seen a lot of wreaths like it, but not a professional florist. Huh. Funny none of the other florists noticed that.
They probably were not as experienced in the business as I am. Or they did not look closely enough. I am sure it is not professional. And, well, another thing. These flowers.
Yes?
Like a book, I know, all the greenhouses around here. And not one of them grows flowers like these. That I'm sure.
Thanks very much. You've told me a lot, Mr. Schwartz. So long.
Goodbye, mister.
Any luck this time, Nick?
Betsy, I think we've got something.
Oh, good. What is it?
Find me a telephone. I want to talk to Mr. J. Atherton Osgood of Akron.
Thin, sallow-looking man, thin cheeks, looked like a cartoon of Old Man Gloom.
I see, Mr. Osgood. And you say he left your employ very suddenly?
Yes, it was about 3 months ago. He went home one night and he never showed up again. No word from him at all.
That's the man, all right. Thanks very much, Mr. Osgood.
Could he help you, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He says he had a man working for him as undertaker's assistant who left him suddenly about 3 months ago.
Oh.
And his description of the man agrees with Riley's description of the man who killed Bramwell last night.
So what do we do now? Visit some more florists?
No, Patsy. We visit some undertakers.
But why are you so sure the killer works for an undertaker, Nick?
It's logical, Patsy. He apparently came to town about 3 months ago. But he started these robberies, as far as we know, only 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what could be more natural than for him to get a job at the trade he knew, undertaker's assistant? That would give him time to look over the town and decide where he wanted to pull his jobs. And it would also legalize his being in town in case anything came up to question it.
Well, we've tried 7 undertakers, and none of them had any nice, fresh assistants. Hope we have better luck at this next one.
Why, yes, Mr. Carter. We do have a new assistant, Mr. Carnes, a very fine man, most efficient. Came here about 3 months ago, but I'm sure he can't be the man
What
you
does he
are.
look like?
Why, he's about as tall as you are, not nearly as heavily built. His cheeks are thin, and he looks rather like...
Like Old Man Gloom?
Well, I wouldn't like to say that, but he does. Well, now that you mention it, he does rather resemble that character, yes.
I'd like to see him.
Why, he's not here today, Mr. Carter. He's home packing his bag.
Packing his bag? You mean he's leaving town?
Oh, just overnight, that's all. We're shipping one of our late clients to Cleveland. Mr. Carnes is going with the body to deliver it to relatives there.
I see. Well, do you mind telling me where your Mr. Carnes lives?
Why, I'm not sure, Mr. Carter. I've never become that friendly with Mr.
Great
Carnes.
heavens, man. Surely you know where your own employees live.
Oh, but he's not one of my employees, Mr. Carter. I'm not the head of this establishment. Mr. Grayson is. He could tell you, of course.
Well, where's Mr. Grayson? I'll ask him.
I'm very sorry to say he's not here today.
Not here?
No, he's been called out into the country to supervise a very special...
All right, all right. And you say you don't know Carnes' home address?
No, I don't. But I believe he lives on Oakmont Terrace, if I remember correctly.
Oakmont Terrace?
Yes, Mr. Carter, but I don't know the number.
I'll find it. Oh, by the way, this body that Carnes is taking to Cleveland, who got it ready for shipment?
Why, our Mr. Carnes did. He came to work early this morning in order to get it ready in time, and now he's...
Thanks, that's all I want to know. So long.
You mean you really got a lead on the killer, Nick?
I mean just that, Riley. He lives on Oakmont Terrace, but I don't know the number. Now listen, Riley. Meet me at the corner of Oakmont and Denbrough as soon as you can.
Okay.
I want you to identify the man for me when I find him.
I'll be out there in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, Nick. I want to get my hands on that guy. I'll give him the worst trouble.
Yes, I know, Riley, but wait till we catch him first. See you at Oakmont and Denbrough in 20 minutes. Just drive slowly along the street, Patsy. I want to see if I can get any clue to which is Carnes' house.
You don't expect to find him sitting on his doorstep, do you, Nick?
Hardly, Patsy. But one of the florists I visited gave me an idea.
An idea about what?
About the flowers in that wreath. He said that... there. That's the house. My hunch was right.
You mean the house where Carnes lives?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Why, Nick, how can you tell?
By the garden in front of the house.
Well, what can... Oh, there's Riley pulling around the corner up there. Shall we go meet him?
Yes. I want to get this over with as soon as I can.
Right.
Hey, Nick. What's cooking?
Just this, Riley. I feel sure the killer of Old Man Bramwell lives in that gray bungalow up the street.
Huh?
I think he's probably in there now. I'm going in and see. You wait outside in case he gets away from me.
Oh, but why not let me go in?
Because you know him when you see him. I don't, so you wait outside. And you, Patsy, stay down here at the corner out of the way.
But suppose he tries to shoot you, Nick. Wouldn't it be safer to take Riley in?
If there's any shooting, Riley can come in and give me a hand.
I'll do that, Nick, and happy to get a shot at that rat.
Okay, let's get going. Leave your car here so he won't suspect anything if he should happen to look out the window.
Yeah, sure. Hey, but how'd you happen to get on the track of this smug, Nick?
Investigation, Riley.
Huh?
Investigation and deduction, plus common sense.
That don't tell me much.
I'll give you the details later. All right, here's the house. Now remember, stay here unless they're shooting, or unless he gets away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Then you grab him.
Right, Nick. Good luck.
Well?
Mr. Carnes here?
Yes, that second door there. Shall I call him?
No. He's expecting me, thanks.
Oh, all right. You can go right in then.
Thanks.
Hey, what the...
Your name, Carnes?
Yeah, so what?
I want to talk to you.
Is that any reason for busting into a guy's... I mean, is that any reason why you should enter my room without knocking?
Why, yes. I was afraid I might not catch you if I lost any time. You seem to be leaving town.
I don't know what you have in your mind, but I'm sure I'm not the one you want to see. I don't believe I know you.
Well, I know you. You work for Grayson the Undertaker, don't you? And you're leaving town to chaperone a dead body to Cleveland.
That's quite correct.
I know a lot more, too. I know you killed George Bramwell last night in cold blood and took $3,000 in cash and $10,000 in jewels from his safe. It was a pretty slick stunt to impersonate a departing undertaker and leave the wreath in the door.
Go on, you interest me.
But that was where you made your mistake, Carnes. Because a florist told me that wreath wasn't made by a real florist, but by someone who's seen lots of them. So I figured that the killer who might have worked for an undertaker at some time was you.
So you picked me out as the culprit.
There's another mistake to use that card you picked up in Akron. Gave us a good line on you. Of course, going into the undertaking business here was an excellent idea. From your point of view, gave you a splendid chance to find out where the rich homes were located without attracting attention.
Is that all?
Not quite. I have a hunch that if we were to pry up the lid of that casket you're going to chaperone out of town, we'd find you'd hidden the loot in there.
This is all very entertaining. But so far, you haven't shown any proof that connects this wild story up to me. So I must ask you...
How about this, then? That homemade funeral wreath was made of white verbenas. A very uncommon flower around here. And there's a fine bed of verbenas growing in front of this house. The only white verbenas anywhere around here. So put on your hat, Carnes, and we'll go out and let Lieutenant Riley identify you as the man who slugged him last night.
You can go to... Oh!
Should take better aims, Carnes. You really hope to shoot your way out.
You got nothing on me. I was just trying to...
Whatever you were trying to do, that shot you fired just now was a signed confession of guilt.
Yeah, you all right, Nick? Did you get it?
Yes, everything's under control, Riley. There's your killer.
Hey, that's the guy, all right.
Convicted by his own funeral wreath, which is poetic justice if I ever heard it.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. Here's a suggestion. Give your floors a handsome surface in a jiffy with Linex self-polishing wax. The liquid wax you simply wipe on without rubbing or polishing. Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors, wood, tile, and linoleum, looking their shining best. Yet it's so quick to use, and it dries to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly and is unusually resistant to dirt and water. It contains the greatest possible amount of genuine carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin to chip or crumble. So get it now, Linex self-polishing wax, to keep your floors beautiful the easy way. If your dealer hasn't yet received his supply of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? Have you got something new and exciting for us next week?
I think so, Ken. In the courtyard of a new and expensive apartment building, the body of a man was found floating in the lily pool.
With a large knife in his back.
There was practically nothing to tell us who did it or why. But when I got started on the investigation, I found a very confusing trail that took me all over town in unexpected directions.
And led right to the murderer, thanks to a costly mink coat, which unfortunately did not belong to me.
But, Patsy, you made a nice little sum of money out of that coat, even if it wasn't yours.
True enough. That was some compensation for what I went through.
Well, it sounds interesting, Nick. What do you call the story?
I call it Death in the Pool.
Or the mystery of the mink coat.
And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death in the Pool. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mink Coat.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Lieutenant Riley is played by Humphrey Davis. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
I get 10 a day and expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Anthony J. Lyon. They call me the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, the Lion's Eye, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of the Pilgrim's Progress.
The Cosmopolitan Building, 7th Street near Olive, downtown L.A. A mess of granite thrown together by an architect who must have taken his degree on the rock pile at Leavenworth. It's up on the 3rd floor, room 308, right next to a credit dentist who shares his office with a collection agency. On the other side, there's a school for models, and the Lion's got sore eyes trying to see through that cloudy glass. International Detective Bureau, Anthony J. Lyon, president. He's also vice president, secretary, treasurer. I work for him. Well, the office isn't much, but there's enough elbow room for a client to write a check. I went to the office Friday night about 5:20, answering the Lion's call. He was sitting behind the desk, sucking on a quarter cigar. He looked real pleased, like a fat lady locked in a cream puff factory.
Man I know had a baby. Plumber named Broman or Groman or something like that.
Mazel tov.
Cancel any arrangements you got for the night. I got something for you to do. Got your car?
It's in the lot.
Gas it up. You're taking a trip.
Where to?
Calabasas. A man wants to see you.
I got no friends out there.
Friend of mine, name's Hendricks. He counts his money with an adding machine, and his finger's always swollen.
What's the problem?
I don't know. He didn't say. He just called and told me to send out a man.
How much did he give you for a retainer?
When an important man like Hendricks calls, you don't insult him by asking for money.
Oh, stop it, will you? You're the kind of guy who'd steal pennies out of parking meters.
That's enough, Regan.
If one of them turned up empty, you'd sue the city.
Here's the Hendricks address. Now get out there.
All right.
Regan.
Yeah?
Remember, do a good job, and I'll give you Thanksgiving off, and I'll pay you.
With what? Cranberries? Well, I headed out Beverly and then up through Hollywood. You know, it's only November, but Santa Claus is breaking out all over the boulevard. I fought my way over Cahuenga Pass, and by the time I was dodging station wagons on Ventura, it was dark. Calabasas is a place with a couple of service stations, a hot dog stand, and a few road signs full of buckshot. The Hendricks place turned out to be about 5 miles down a road that the Indians built for hauling firewater. I guess they couldn't keep the cork in. But the house itself was strictly prohibition stuff. Big pile of slate roof and leaded windows. It looked dark and lonesome. I figured somebody had their holidays mixed.
Hiya, Pilgrim!
It was a big fat guy. He was holding a 6-foot gun the shape of a straightened-out tuba. He came closer, and I could see his hat. It was a high one with a buckle on it. He was dressed in black, and he had buckles all over him. I figured that I'd been eating too much Quaker Oats.
What's the matter, Pilgrim? A little shooting make you nervous?
That's a big gun there.
Shoots musket balls. Good for Indians.
Well, I'm no Indian.
Well, I wasn't aiming at you.
Well, that gun wouldn't know the difference.
It's a blunderbuss. Great weapon.
Is it?
I'll show you. Hey, you prop it up on a crutch.
You keep fooling with that thing, and we'll both need one.
Now, let's be quiet there. Load the barrels. Lots of powders.
Look, why don't you give that thing back to the museum?
She does this. More powders. Gotta use lots of this black powder.
Buster, you need black coffee. Come on, give me that thing before it blows up in your face. You broke a window.
Oh, it's all right. It was only the attic.
You live here?
Of course not, Pilgrim. I'm Miles Standish.
Well, where's the rest of the party?
They're all inside, talking to John Holden.
Yeah, sure they...
Oh, you just think I'm kidding, don't you? Pilgrim, you just haven't got the Mayflower spirit.
No, you drank it all.
It's just cider. Nothing better on a cold New England night.
Thanksgiving's not for a week. Come on, get off it.
Hark.
What's the matter?
Injun.
Put that down.
I'm not going to shoot him. He's a friendly type. Brother Regan.
Yeah?
If thou wilt follow me, please.
Oh, you too, huh?
I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Well, so long, Pilgrim.
Yeah, keep your powder dry, Standy.
I'll see you on Plymouth Rock. Okay, this way, Brother Regan.
Now, look, Sunshine, do you work here?
My name is Phelps.
Why don't you lock that guy up?
I'd be outnumbered, sir. There are 21 pilgrims.
Bad winter. They make you wear those corduroy knickers?
Knee breeches, sir. It was Priscilla's idea.
You need a union.
I need more shapely legs. Through here.
No, it's quite a place you got.
Well, it looks better without the decorations, sir.
Yeah. How do you keep from stepping on these pumpkins?
It's only when they use them for bowling that it's difficult.
Come on, fill me in. What's this all about?
Thanksgiving, sir. 1621. Okay, this room here, sir. Go right in.
Okay.
Shut the door. Shut it.
Mr. Hendricks around?
He's not here. Come over, sit down.
Who are you, Priscilla?
Don't. Please don't say another word of that silly rigmarole or I'll start screaming.
Yeah, well, I could use a little yell myself.
I'm Agnes. I'm Mrs. Hendricks. Or Agnes.
It doesn't make any difference.
Does to my friends. Didn't I say sit down?
Yes, you did, and I didn't. So you don't like the party, huh?
I'm not much of a Puritan, Mr. Regan.
Well, that Great Dane says the masquerade was your idea.
Phelps is stupid. This goes on all weekend, Mr. Regan. It's called a turkey shoot.
Oh, so that's it. Who gets the bird?
The Pilgrim Fathers, my husband's friends. They ought to be shot, every one of them.
Yeah, well, I'm not from the SPCA.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Regan. I like you.
That's not the point.
I won't bore you.
Your husband might.
Him. He's crazy, Mr. Regan. Crazy as the things he does. Shooting, drinking, spending money.
It's a hard life.
I don't know how I stood it for as long as I have. My lawyer says I'm the most patient woman in the world.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the conversation, Miss Hendricks.
Why did my husband send for you?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You do know. Tell me.
I don't know.
Please. You don't realize what kind of a man my husband can be.
I never met him.
You don't know how much I need help. How lonely I am.
Well, where is he?
Tell you if you promise to come back to me.
No, I'll write you a letter.
He's out in the shed, other side of the patio.
Thanks.
I wouldn't act this way if I weren't so frightened. You don't know what it is to be frightened all the time.
No, but I'm learning.
I wish you'd stick around, Mr. Regan.
Well, thanks, Miss Hendricks, but the pin feathers are a little sharp. Miss Hendricks went back to her worrying, and I wound my way through the house looking for the back entrance. My legs got tired before it finally showed on the other side of the pantry. It poured out into a flagstone patio as big as the Palladium. A walk took me to a shed. It was a two-story redwood place that must have made a loud noise on the cash register, and alongside, fenced in with chicken wire, was a whole population of turkeys. Well, I went into the shed. There was a little round-faced guy with pink skin was leaning over a barrel of cider. He wore a blue silk smoking jacket with gold initials EH on the pocket. When he caught my footsteps, his head bobbed up, and he gave me a deep look like he was trying to see the back of my eyeballs.
Yes?
I'm Regan, International Detective Bureau.
Oh, I've been expecting you. I'm Hendricks.
Yeah, I know. Why the fireworks?
Huh? Oh. Miles Standish and his blunderbuss, huh? Oh, just having fun. It's a party, you know. Big party we're having here.
Yeah, well, the neighbors will complain.
Ah, neighbors. None for miles around. That's why I like it out here. Have trouble finding me?
You ought to put up signs.
Eh? Signs? Glass of cider, Regan? Carefully. Glass.
I'm not thirsty.
Yeah. That's not what it's for. Strong kind. Oh, go on. Thanksgiving soon. Get the spirit.
No, I can hold out till Thursday.
Suit yourself. Excuse me. Yeah. There's going to be quite a party here, you know.
Your wife's got a different version.
Oh, you spoke to her?
Yeah.
You were told to come out here to see me?
I got sidetracked.
It's not good for a man in your position.
All right, Hendricks, why am I here?
What'd she say to you?
I forgot.
Regan, you're making me angry.
Now, look, mister, you didn't get me out here to make a pilgrim out of me.
No, of course not. Fine woman, Mrs. Hendricks. We've been married for years, you know, happily. Fine little woman. Sure, she makes me a little nervous at times.
Would you like the sound of guns going off?
She shouldn't get so excited. Boys just having a little fun. It's only once a year. What's wrong with that?
Come on, now, what's the job?
Didn't the lion tell you?
He said you would.
Oh, well, nothing to be so mysterious about. They've just got a package I want you to take them. Here it is. A turkey.
You got me all the way out here to play escort to that bird?
Well, I just want to be friendly. Here. Now, go on. It's a long way back to L.A., and you want to be there for Thanksgiving.
What's the difference? I got the turkey. I can celebrate any time. 60 miles to do a delivery job on a dead bird. Well, I wandered back to my car, and I listened to the crickets and the gunshots try to outdo each other. And then I dumped the turkey into the back seat, and I started the car down the drive. I just zoned it around the bend when the headlights caught a pair of buckled shoes and black knee breeches. Miles Standish was lying face down in the dirt, and there was a wet shine on his side. He was breathing hard. The blunderbuss was lying beside him, and I figured that he blew out the wrong end. I would have gone for the Hendricks phone and a doctor, but I got a good look at the holes in him, and I headed for a hospital instead. The blunderbuss may have been kicking up a fuss, but the holes in Miles Standish were 20th century, about the size of a .32. Well, I turned him over to an emergency hospital, and I put a call into the sheriff's office. I gave the story to Lieutenant Robinson, and then I headed back toward town. At the Lion's place, the lights were still on, so I figured he didn't have company. I rapped on the door, and he flung it open before the echo could die away. He had a carving knife in one hand, and he was wearing an apron. His eyes were big, and he had an eager look like a college couple on Mulholland Drive.
Regan, you're back.
Oh, now that takes a big brain.
I've been waiting for you. You know, I had a chance to go to a classy party tonight. Russian caviar and champagne and favors to all the guests. Know why I didn't go?
You lost your crash suit, huh?
I said to myself, is it fair to go out and have a good time while my employee is working real hard for international detectives?
The answer came out yes, but the party was called off.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was. But I wouldn't have gone anyway. Where is it?
Where's what?
The package from Hendricks.
Now, you can change your plans, big shot. You're getting a bundle of trouble instead.
What do you mean?
Turkeys aren't the only thing they're knocking off out on that ranch.
Huh?
Somebody's handy with a .32, and he's found a target.
You've been drinking?
Check the county emergency hospital. They'll show you the holes.
I send you out on a simple little job, and you come back with a crazy story about a shooting. You're out of your mind.
Now, listen, you. There's a big smell out in Calabasas.
What about my turkey?
The sheriff's office are going to have a lot of questions. You got the answers?
I don't know anything. I was miles away.
Well, then find out something. Check into the guy who shot. Find out who he is, what he does, and what he was doing out at Hendricks.
Where you going?
To scratch around in the Hendricks closet. They tell different stories about their wedded bliss.
Hey, Regan.
Yeah?
Where's my turkey?
It's too rich for your blood, Fatso. Stick to chicken. Well, I left him standing there with his apron hanging out. Miles Standish might get enough wind through that extra hole to say who shot him, but more likely not. Anyway, with the bucket load he had, he would have sworn it was the last of the Mohicans. But there was an angle of that Hendricks woman, even if it didn't show. So I walked up the street to where my car was nuzzling a lamppost. And the turkey and I were just going to wake up a newspaper office, only something changed my mind. A newspaper. It was wrapped around a bundle, and the bundle was under a guy's arm, and the arm was shutting the door of my car. Good evening, Pop.
Hi.
Going somewhere?
Sure. Just find a place to sleep, that's all.
Want a cigarette?
Say, I don't mind if I do. Thought you was a bull for a minute. You mind if I take two?
No, help yourself.
My brother smokes too. And not much in the streets these days.
Yeah, it's bad all over.
Yeah, something ought to be done.
No, stick around, Pop.
No, Sonny. You give me smokes. I don't hit you for cash. It's a rule I got.
I'll make the touch.
What's that?
What's in the newspaper?
Russia.
Inside.
Funny paper.
Yeah, sure.
Well, now take it easy, boss. The guy's got a right to his privacy.
You weren't sleeping in my car.
Oh, so that's it. Huh? Yours, huh? Small world, ain't it?
Yeah, come on, let's unwrap.
No, it's Thanksgiving, Mac. Ain't you heard of Thanksgiving?
I'm gonna plug my ears. Give.
No, please, Mac, show me the spirit. Once in my life, both drumsticks.
Now, stop it, you're breaking my heart.
I mean it, Mac. Let me have it. I'll break the wishbone for you, sonny. I will. You ain't got no use for all that meat, have you? Oh, you have, huh? But so long, Mac.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it.
No, I let go of my arm.
That was a pretty dance, but you should have changed your shoes.
What's that?
You didn't get those buckles in the bread line.
Oh.
Now, come on, change the record. Who are you?
That's none of your business. Let go of
I said
me.
talk.
I will not.
You're from the Hendricks place, aren't you? You're from the... Oh.
Thank you, Phelps.
That's all right. Got the bird?
Sure. Let's go.
Yeah. Nighty-night, Pilgrim.
You are listening to the story of the Pilgrim's Progress, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator. Commissions are still available in the Army Nurse Corps. Graduate registered nurses between the ages of 21 and 45 may qualify for service with this fine organization. If you are interested in joining the Army Nurse Corps and believe you qualify for a commission, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to Jeff Regan, investigator, and the story of the Pilgrim's Progress.
Well, none of it made sense. The Lion sent me out to pick up a turkey on the Hendricks Ranch in Calabasas, and the Mr. and Mrs. were having an old-fashioned turkey shoot, and all the guests carried blunderbusses and dressed like pilgrims. Only it wasn't just the turkeys who were acting as targets. One of the pilgrims ended up with some .32 caliber holes in him. And then the Hendricks lackey and a buddy shoved a gun at me and stole the Lion's bird. Well, I picked myself up and I went home. A heavy man was doing a heist job in my icebox. He was pouring himself a glass of milk to wash down a sandwich he was munching on.
Hi, Regan.
You're right ahead. Help yourself.
Yeah, thanks. I didn't know how long I was going to have to wait, and I was getting hungry.
There's a restaurant just up the block.
I like it better this way, homemade. Fix you a sandwich? Pretty good deviled ham.
Come on, let's close the box and open your mouth, buddy.
Why not? We had a date, remember? Robinson, sheriff's office.
That's what I figured.
You don't mind me coming in like this, do you?
What if I did?
I'd leave. Sanctity of the home, you know. You can throw me out even though I got a badge.
Let's cut away the fat, mister. What do you want?
Answers to a couple of questions. What were you doing at the Hendricks place?
Picking up a turkey?
Well, that's a new one.
Now, look, you ask him. I'll answer him. Never mind the feature page.
How long have you known the Hendricks?
Never met him before.
Wrong answer.
What do you mean?
We found this out at the Hendricks house. A page torn out of the yellow directory with a red circle around international detective.
Now, that doesn't say a thing.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I'm still scratching around.
It'll ruin your manicure.
You know, Regan, you don't seem to realize the seriousness of this. That pilgrim you dragged in died.
Well, I figured.
We don't like unsolved murders messing up our record books.
Well, then you're wasting your time here.
I got lots of it. I don't come up for pension for 12 more years. What was that pilgrim's name?
He gave me Miles Standish.
Sounds like a fake.
Well, don't count on it. I once knew a John Smith.
Give me the real name.
I don't have it.
All right. He's an out-of-town boy, but we'll track him down. Now, straighten out something for me, Regan. How long did you say you knew the Hendricks?
Now, look, I gave this to you once. Nothing's changed.
How come we find a $5,000 check in that joker's pocket made out to cash and signed by Hendricks? Go ahead, answer. Just don't make a date. You may not be available.
Yeah?
Mr. Regan, this is Mrs. Hendricks. I must see you right away.
Who did you say?
Mrs. Hendricks, you remember?
Charlie? No, there's no Charlie here. You must have the wrong number.
Sort of annoying, isn't it, Regan, when you get a wrong number late at night?
Well, it happens.
Sure it does. Happened to me once.
Anything else you want?
Another deviled ham sandwich?
Kitchen's closed.
Pretty rotten hospitality.
Well, you weren't asked.
Okay, I gotta move anyway. See you later, Regan. Keep the mud off your shoes.
GR 3408.
Hello?
Mrs. Hendricks, this is Regan.
I just called you.
Well, I couldn't talk. What do you want?
Can you come out, Mr. Regan? Right away.
You still lonely?
Things aren't going well.
Well, murder's like that.
I've got got to talk to somebody. Won't you please come?
Give me a reason.
I can tell you some things now I couldn't mention before.
Like why your husband wrote a $5,000 check to the dead man?
Check? But there must be some mistake.
What do you mean?
My husband couldn't write a check that large. He doesn't have any money of his own. It's all in my name.
All right. Put a lantern in the window, lady. I'll need some light. Well, I headed out there fast. But when I raised a racket with a brass knocker, nothing happened. I tried a window, and a couple of scratches later, I was in the hall. The place looked empty, like the Rose Bowl on January 2nd. I found Miss Hendricks' room, where I talked to her, and stepped inside. The decorations were different.
Sheriff's office. Robinson.
This is Regan. I got something for you.
It better be good.
You're going into overtime.
What do you mean?
Bring some boys out to the Hendricks place with a wet rag. Somebody blew out Mr. Hendricks' fuse. Well, I backed out of the room, and I made it for the bar trying to turn up a bottle. In the corner, something else turned up instead. Another dead body. The turkey Phelps and his buddy had stolen from me. Somebody real eager had done a carving job on it before it was even cooked. They'd torn it apart like they were looking for something. Well, it was morning before the sheriff's boys cleaned up the Hendricks mess and we got back to town. Robinson had a few more questions, but I was still short on the answers. Ballistics had one, though. Same gun did the job on both Miles Standish and Hendricks. And that's all. Homicide was getting places in a hurry, like a snail hauling a piano. Well, the lion was waiting for me outside the sheriff's office, and he pulled me to the side. His eyes were lit up like a pinball machine, and you could tell he'd caught the scent of a greenback.
They treat you okay, Regan?
Good enough.
No rough stuff?
Nothing that shows, no.
Regan, we're in luck. I've been turning up things. We've been playing the wrong horse.
Well, that figures you're good at picking losers.
Hendricks is a piker, a social climber.
He's a dead one.
I'll send him flowers, but I'm telling you, he could only write checks for 5 G's.
With a big bounce.
Somebody else in this thing can write bigger ones.
Well, let me guess who.
Mrs. Hendricks, that's who. I tell you, Regan, it pays to keep up your connections.
How high can she go?
The sky's below sea level.
What else you got?
Standish is a phony moniker.
That's grammar school.
Real name Jeffrey Kelly, age 42. He's a wholesale jeweler. He had a little business with Mrs. H. $250,000 worth.
That's going to run up his taxes.
He can handle it.
What did he do for her?
I drew a blank, but he deposited her certified check at the bank yesterday morning.
Mm-hmm. How does Phelps figure?
I don't know.
Well, who's the little man in the big overcoat?
I can't do everything. You gotta do some work, too.
Yeah, sure.
Now, find Mrs. Hendricks. Offer her the services of international detective at our usual nominal rate, but don't underplay it. Now, get busy.
Where are you going?
Home to bed. A man's gotta get some sleep.
Well, the time was ticking out, but the game wasn't over yet. I figured to have a fast finish, and the Lion had a pretty good idea about catching some shut-eye. So I moved for the office and to stretch out on the couch. But through the glass, I could see there was a light on. Company was inside.
Crestview 2045. Phelps, no luck. I looked all over. I told you, I tore the place apart. Nothing's here. Well, I'm trying my best. Stop harping. Oh, well, it must be someplace else. Okay, right away.
Leave a nickel, Buster.
Huh? Oh, Regan.
You looking for something?
You, Pilgrim.
What else?
Plymouth Rock.
Come on, punk, level it.
All right, coax me.
All right, because you've been crying for this. Now, flatten out. Well, it felt good to watch the big guy fall. He folded in like a steeple in an earthquake. When his head bounced on the Lion's carpet, it figured he was due for a long sleep, so I went through his pockets. Ticket stubs from the prize fights, the gun, and a pocket knife I dumped into the safe. There was a pass to the Dons game on November 25th. He must have swiped that from his boss, so I filed that in the Lion's desk for future reference. But this guy Phelps had taken orders from somebody besides Hendricks. I just heard him do it on the phone. So when I turned up an old envelope with 832 North Palm scratched in the back, I crossed my fingers. He'd been calling a Crestview number, and the phone book said that I had a lead. North Palm was in the Crestview Exchange area. So I called for the cops to sweep up Brother Phelps, and I climbed back onto my broomstick. I drove out through Beverly Hills. I wound up in front of a big Spanish house with potted $10 bills on the driveway. There was a new Nash sticking out of the garage, and I walked around to take a look. But Honest John had beat me to it.
Who's there?
Now, stick around. I want to talk to you.
Stand back. Stand back.
You like cars, don't you? Maybe you want a hot rod.
No, you don't. Get away from me.
Hey. Well, it was the little turkey fan that I'd last seen in an overcoat. Phelps' buddy. He took out of there like a cow in deer season, so I let him go. No license. Well, I took a look around the car he'd been sniffing, but nothing showed except the registration. It said Mrs. Agnes Hendricks. I went to the house and rang the doorbell, and she answered.
Oh, what's you? Mr. Regan.
All right, I'll ask myself in.
Yes, come in.
Who are you expecting, John Alden?
No, I'm glad to see you.
You know, I don't like girls who break dates.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that's one thing.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't wait for you to come all the way to Calabasas.
You got impatient on account of a body in the house.
You saw him?
Yeah, after I tripped over him in your room.
I didn't do it.
Did I say you did?
You've got to believe me.
Relax. I look like a jury. You got multiple vision.
Oh, Mr. Regan, I was so frightened. I didn't know which way to turn.
We've been through all that woman driver routine. You don't like your husband. You wanted to get rid of him.
But only in Reno.
All right, now let's get back to page 1. You gave 250 G's to a jeweler named Kelly. You bought a rock. What? A rock, Plymouth rock. It's a diamond. It's got to be.
Well,
why'd you do it? Who'd you buy it for?
Myself. My lawyer said I should get it for myself, that's all.
He likes you pretty, huh?
No, it was a community property thing. He said I could keep my husband from knowing how much money I had when he asked for a divorce settlement.
Only hubby got wind of the deal.
I guess so.
You're making sense. Only why did he write a check to Kelly?
Well, it was a small one. It must have been for a paste imitation, don't you think?
It's not my business. Keep dealing.
I mean, maybe he planned on switching them and getting my real one.
That's been done.
But he actually did it. Because all through this, there's been a diamond in the place where I always keep it.
All right, you got a strong boy, Phelps. Had him out looking for the real diamond.
What?
And the other guy, the old man, was out in the garage.
No.
Phelps tore up my office, phoned here to you.
Mr. Regan,
now, look,
please.
there's been 2 guys killed.
Mr. Regan.
Good evening, Pilgrim.
Where's your overcoat?
Stand still, please.
Yeah, my foot's in a crack.
Mr. Regan, this is John Alden.
Oh, can it, will you? I've seen him act one part already.
That's true. Mine is the only name that's real. This is my house, Mr. Regan.
Lawyer?
Yes, I came here to see him, Mr. Regan. I just got here before you did.
Be quiet, Agnes.
Well, I got it all now.
You won't keep it.
Phelps took his orders from you.
It's a waste of testimony.
You started this. Spotted the gem switch. Figured to cash in.
You're losing your chips.
Shut up, will you? I got aces. Hendricks outfoxed you. You never found the real diamond.
5 in the hand draws blood.
Mr. Alden, don't...
Now, you keep out of this, Agnes.
She's not in it. You are.
That's all, Regan.
All right, come on. Drop it. Drop it.
Go there.
I guess I hit him with the paste one.
Huh?
Look, the diamond. It broke.
Yeah.
It was just luck. I have the other one, too. I thought Alden was honest. I came to tell him I found it in my husband's cider.
Well, that tears it. Come on, Priscilla. That docks the Mayflower. Well, the whole thing folded in like an elephant on a pogo stick. Yeah, the lawyer did it all right, both of them. When he spotted what Hendricks was up to with that diamond switch, he moved in, but not for his client. The jeweler, Miles Standish, alias Kelly, got bumped because he was the only one who could tell the real diamond from a phony. But Hendricks got wise to the muscle act, and so he got shot. Well, the lion was real happy the way it worked out. That dame with the nerves wrote him a check. So he invited me out to Thanksgiving dinner. He offered me any part of the turkey that I wanted. I told him, but I got it anyway.
Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan with Herb Butterfield as Anthony J. Lyon. It's CBS at the same time next week for more hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, investigator. Written by Larry Roman and Jackson Gillis, produced by Sterling Tracy. Featured in tonight's story were Mary Lansing, Marvin Miller, Paul Frees, and Paul DeBove. Original music for this program is by Milton Charles. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When Broadway leaps into the nighttime, the sound is a thing compounded of trumpet and machine and hiss and a gaudy laugh. They melt together, and the noise you get is shock. When the month is March and the rains of spring fall softly into the riot, shock scatters and huddles tightly behind this facade and that, in that doorway, behind that window. The street is hurry up and get out of the weather. The street is stragglers, is bleeding neon. So make a phone call. Find a friend. It's lonely in the rain. There were ceiling-to-floor windows where I was to enjoy the view, high above the city and look out over it, blurred now by the spinning raindrops, the penthouse apartment, and violent death on the 40th floor with its own private entrance, and Detective Muggavan kneeling over it.
It's a way to die, Danny. With a .32 slug, I'd say. Shot in the back. Of course, it's frowned on by 100% sports.
Who is he, Muggavan?
His name's Gordon Merrick. You know, Angel Merrick. I hope he makes Angel where
Merrick, huh? The show backer with a golden touch. Isn't that what the columnists call him?
Yeah. They'll think of a better one after tonight.
Well, let's have it, Muggavan. What happened?
Well, pretty definite when he was shot. A hotel like this times everything. Calls, requests for room service, you know. Merrick called down for champagne at 11:30. And a table service.
For a two?
Well, would you drink champagne alone on a rainy night in a place like this? Sure, for two. Waiter brought everything a half hour later at midnight. No answer. Walked in, saw Merrick lying there.
Any callers on the desk you have?
Anybody could get on the public elevator to the 35th floor, get off, take the private elevator to here. No way of checking.
That painting underneath him looks like he grabbed it when he fell.
I don't blame him. All I got that resembles that picture I had to cut out of a magazine and paste in my locker. With Merrick, it's a life-sized oil painting. Comes the time I back a show starring that woman...
Carol Royce. Beautiful girl, Muggavan. I saw her a couple of weeks ago coming out of the theater where her show was playing.
Well, I would have found some excuse to stop her and talk to her. You know, your car's parked in the wrong zone or something. Well, work to do, huh, Danny?
And through the window, the pattern of the city far below, sodden now with rain and mist. The sunken city, its roar muted, its brilliance dimmed and sallowed in the haze of night rain. Then the quick phosphorescent gleam of neon, and only neon has the power of flight through this darkness. All other lights are slowed, their shimmer flows on the currents of wind, and here and there are trapped, gathered into a blob, shapeless, blurred, and a man on the pavements below pauses an instant, touches a flame to a cigarette, hurries away, because this death in this place has somehow whispered into the fall of rain. And at headquarters, the opening of a file on the death of Gordon Merrick. The image of the woman's portrait to whom he spoke is dying gives you the first entry. A name, Carol Royce. An address, Sutton Place on the East River. Go there. The woman who finally opens her door to you is wrapped in night lace and goes well with March Torrent.
I was trying to sleep. It's quite late, you know. For me, it's late.
I'm from the police, Miss Royce. May I come in?
It's late, I told you. I'm trying to sleep. I have a matinee tomorrow.
It's about Gordon Merrick.
What have I to do with... What about Gordon?
He's dead. He was murdered.
Please come in. I asked you something.
Yes?
What have I to do with Gordon Merrick? Alive or dead?
We found him holding a portrait of you. When he was shot in the back, he must have reached out and...
In the back? Poor boy. In the back. It must have hurt. You think so?
Think what?
Think that it hurts? Tell me. I want to know.
I'll send you the autopsy report.
Do that. Please do that.
That's all it means to you, his dying like that?
Well, Gordon called me at the theater tonight, asked me to a champagne supper for two, a cold bird and candlelight, to talk about things. I was bored talking to him about things, so I didn't go. I came home. Tried to sleep. Oh, my portrait in his arms. Poor boy.
Talk to him about what things, Miss Rice?
Vic Kane. Him over there in the silver picture frame. I met him when I toured the USO. Last war. The man stood out from that olive drab crowd on the hill. I went after him tooth and claw. I got him.
And Merrick wanted you back, wanted you away from this Vic Kane.
He never made it. But he died trying. That you can say for Gordon Merrick. He never stopped trying.
Vic Kane, did he know about you and Merrick?
Jealous. Jealous is my Vic. So bitterly. So without reason. I adore the man you hear. A night filled with rain. And no Vic. You hear?
Where does he live?
A rooming house on 3rd. 756 3rd Avenue. But he won't be there when you go to him. I've been calling him ever since I got home. Hello? Oh, yes. Yes. Is it? Yes.
Vic Kane?
No. Our eager boy stage manager calling a rehearsal for tomorrow's matinee. You, Vic, between the two of you, you've murdered sleep. Anything else you want, bed?
And leave there and the drive now downtown through the streets of wavering shapes and rain that slants towards you with the sound of the windshield wiper that somehow becomes intimate and lolling. The spotlight on the car searches out a house number, finds it. Be told Vic Kane is not at home. But why don't you wait, sir? That chair over there in the hall, sir, is for waiters. So wait. The hall is a place of built-in draft and a picture of a tiger at bay and a rug becoming one with the wooden floor. Wait. And in an hour... Is your name Vic Kane?
Who are you?
Police. Danny Clover.
Waiting for me?
That's right.
Could have waited in my room, mister. In here, it's always open. A stinking room by the side of the road. What do you want, cop?
Information about the death of Gordon Merrick.
Is he dead? On a rainy night? Very theatrical. Very.
He was shot in the back, Vic. You got a gun?
Yeah, I got one.
32.
You want a pat-pat on top of your head and admiring, don't you? You just tell your boss I said you're real good. For 32 it is.
Get it?
Sure. Hey, what is this?
Can't find it, Vic?
What do you think I'm doing, cop? Going through a ritual before I reach under the mattress and say, well, here it was all the time? The gun is gone.
Somebody just walked into your room by the side of the road, which you leave open because you're friendly, and somebody took it. Is that right?
That's right.
Where were you tonight, Vic?
Shooting snooker. I can point out the table, the cue stick. You want me to?
Between 11 and 12 midnight?
Had me a walk along Broadway, past Carol's Theater to look at the posters. Then had me a long walk in the park.
In the rain? Let's see your shoe, Vic. Come on, hold it up. Let's see. It's a muddy park tonight, Vic. Your shoes are awfully clean. What did you do? Walk on your hands?
Now look.
You're under arrest, Vic. Suspicion of murder. And deliver him to homicide, to the death handlers for further questioning, further probing. The coffee scalded too many times, the pack of cigarettes tossed in a gleaming arc from one shadow to another. The quiet night talk. And Kane stays with his story. Is booked, locked up on suspicion of the murder of Gordon Merrick. And in a room reserved for it, gather up the shreds and rags of sleep. Try to arrange them on the steel cot. Not quite make it, because too quick there's a gentle clutching at your shoulder.
Danny, sorry I have to bother you, but there's a man waiting for you in your office. A couple hours now. I tried to let you sleep as long
Walk away from sleep to where the man waits. A bulk of a man, his hand like a clump of cold iron in yours, and his voice soft, surprisingly soft.
I wish I didn't need to disturb you, Mr. Clover. You boys work hard. Need all the dreams you can steal. I know.
Anything I can do for you?
If you care to, you can. It's a matter that rests entirely with you, my position being rather ambiguous in this thing. Which makes me a pleader, Mr. Clover. A special pleader.
For what?
I'm a private investigator, Jackie Scarr. I've been retained this morning by a Miss Carol Royce to investigate the murder of Gordon Merrick, which you were handling, I understand. You see now what an ambiguous position she's placed.
You could have told her you didn't want it. You could have told her the police were handling it.
You've seen her, Mr. Clover. You talked with her at the moment when she expected another caller. You'll understand my receptiveness. That and the large fee.
She's paying you to find Vic Kane innocent of Merrick's murder?
An observation not too astute, considering how deeply she loves this Kane man. No offense, Mr. Clover. Honestly, no offense.
If you took the job, you must believe that you can do that. Prove Kane's innocence. Otherwise, you'd
Taking all that she offers under false pretenses? Not true, Mr. Clover. I shall work very hard and with integrity. If I prove nothing, I get nothing. Only expenses.
It's a thing we've grown to admire here, Mr. Scarn, integrity.
Then you'll admire me. And since I must begin the process somewhere, your permission to speak with the Kane man in his cell? That is, if it's...
Danny Clover here.
Buggerman, Danny, get down to the morgue. Got a thing for you. Real interesting thing.
Right away. You want to talk to Kane. That's your special plea, Mr. Scarn?
Exactly. So I, too, can earn my keep.
Tell him at the desk I said you could have an hour. Go ahead. Prove his innocence, Scarn. I'll admire you when it happens.
Over here, Danny. Why don't you take a look at somebody?
Okay, what have you got?
This woman. Been here in the morgue since 5 this morning. She'd been dead about half hour.
Oh. Who is she?
A name that's made police blotter a lot of times. Vicinity of the Bowery.
What'd you call me for?
This gun. Was found beside her in an alley downtown.
And?
It's been up to technical, Danny. Slug that killed this woman came from this gun. Also the slug that killed Gordon Merrick.
Let's see it for a second. Serial number's been filed off.
Yeah, I was coming to that. The boys in technical raised the numbers. And you know what?
No, I don't know what. Come on.
Gun's registered to Vic Kane.
But I had Vic booked at 2 this morning.
Yeah. His gun. And this woman he couldn't have killed. You've got to find yourself a new murderer.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Now here's a word from Burt Lancaster, star of the motion picture The Crimson Pirate.
This is Burt Lancaster. I've been doing quite a bit of traveling around the world lately, either on location or making personal appearances. But I always keep in touch with Hollywood by listening to the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night over the CBS radio network. To radio actors, the Lux Radio Theater is Hollywood, because you can always be sure of hearing the latest and best motion pictures with the original stars. Why don't you tune in with me to the CBS radio network next Monday night and hear some fine entertainment on the Lux Radio Theater?
This Monday night, it's Barry Fitzgerald, Ann Blythe, and Dennis Day in Top of the Morning on most of these same CBS radio stations.
The squall of rain lashes once more at Broadway. For the time of its passing, the desolation is complete. Only the gutters run with movement. Only the pavement receives, reflects the shrieking of spectaculars, the insinuations of neon, the whisperings into nothing, the shrill promises offered on rain-tossed wind. And finally, the storm begins its dying. And from underground, a girl darts, her slicker glistening, her hair streaming under the shelter of a newspaper torn from a trash bin. And after her, another, and then another. The street is no longer desolation. Something else now. Something that happens after rain. And from a window, consider it. Follow the trickle of a raindrop with your finger. Consider that in this passing storm, a woman had lain dead in an alley. Then turn away from it and come face to face with Sergeant Tartaglia.
Rain is indeed a moody thing, eh, Danny?
Oh, well, hello, Gino.
I tossed a similar comment to Mrs. Tartaglia during the night. I knocked on her shoulder, woke her up, and said, Mrs. T, rain is a moody thing. It taps on windows, calls up memories of tothood.
You woke her to tell her that?
Once she woke me about snow. We have an understanding about things like that, Danny.
I'm glad for you both.
I shall tell Mrs. T you didn't mind I woke her up. Thank you, Danny.
And me, Gino. What do you have to tell me?
And then the woman found dead with the same gun which did murder one Gordon Merrick.
What about her, Gino?
A woman, Sophie Henry by name. A frequent caller at the precinct pokey. A frequent instigator of brawls, friendly riots, etc., etc. A record up to here, Danny.
Anything in it about a connection between her and Gordon Merrick?
None, Danny. Was gone over by the department with tooth and comb. No connection.
Anything else?
Her address, if you need it. Besides the pokey, a flea bag in the Bowery. I scrawled the name here, Danny. Take if you need. You're welcome. That boy we're holding for Merrick's murder, Danny. Vic Kane. What about him? Do we release?
Not yet, Gino. There's still an answer I've got to find. Why Sophie Henry was killed with his gun. So because the new murder is closer to you in time than the old one, pursue the reasons for violence done upon a woman named Sophie Henry, late of the Bowery, late of police blotters, late of the living. The ride downtown to the tip of the island. The streets are clean now after the rain. The chalk on the wall faded. The gutters running deep and turbulent for the 5-year-old sailors of matchsticks. The address you're looking for is placed between a grocery store and a bar. And note briefly that the cat in the bar window is the fatter.
Yeppo.
Good morning. I'm from the police. Name's
You
Danny.
come right in here, boy. This way, right in, sonny boy. Oh, my, what a day, what a day, what a day. Meet your brother.
Hello, Mr. Scarn.
Good morning to you, Mr. Clover.
Your brother? He's a cop, too. Ain't had 2 cops in here at the same time since the time Miss Flybusher threw a fit.
I hope I'm not intruding into your jurisdiction, Mr. Clover.
You got your job to do.
And nobody's threw a fit today. Well, what do you sonnies want?
I'm sure we're both looking for the same thing, Mrs. Polk.
Oh.
Please, watch the elbow, Mrs. Polk.
This sonny just told me about Sophie. She's dead, he tells me. So what do you want with me?
I want you to help the police find out who
killed my Soph, sonny? Who did that to her, huh? Who beat and threw her in an alley to die like that? Who would do that to my little Sophie, huh?
She was doing that when you knocked on the door, Mr. Clover. Now you're all caught up.
You found out anything, all this, that we ought to know?
Believe me, I'd be the first one to let you know.
How come you're here?
Well, you must know. For an identical reason that you are. The papers had it. My client's gun killed this woman, Sophie Henry.
Hey.
Yes, Mrs. Polk?
How about me?
What about you?
Ain't you got questions to ask me?
Well, promise you won't go hysterical again when I mention Miss Henry's name.
Scout's honor.
Just answer this question. When was the last time you saw Miss Henry?
Well, when the hall phone woke me up last night, and the gentleman said, get Sophie to the telephone. And so I did.
What gentleman asked you that? Did he give his name?
No, didn't give his name. I called Sophie to the phone.
What time was this, Mrs. Polk?
What time? About midnight last night. After the call, she got dressed like always, and she went out, so I closed my door and went back to sleep. Poor Sophie. You know, she was like a little girl. Nothing you couldn't ask her to do, and she would do it right away. She was
Let's
always...
get out of here, Scarn.
Just one thing, Mr. Clover. Looks good for my client, doesn't it? How can you possibly figure Vic Kane's the killer?
Thanks, guard. I'll call you when I want you. Hello, Vic.
Welcome.
Carol Royce been in to see you, Vic?
She was here.
Oh?
She wept and pressed her lips against the wire mesh and carried on. Everything but the saw and the fruitcake.
I can't figure you at all, Vic.
Yeah. Police psychologist had a go at me a little while ago. Ran screaming down the hall.
I can't figure you, Vic. Because a woman like Carol Royce is in love with you. A beautiful woman, talented, famous.
The way I hold a cue stick, little finger crooked, just so.
You love Carol?
It eats you what I got for Carol.
That's not what I asked you.
Listen.
You love her?
What you want with me? Love her? Yeah.
That gives you motive, Vic.
To kill for her? We've been over that. I said no to you.
I know. You went walking in the park at the time of Merrick's death.
Hey, I forgot to tell you something about that.
What?
I scraped the mud off my shoes so I wouldn't get the landlord's rug all muddy and dirty. He's got trouble enough with tenants who drop cigarette butts.
All right, let's assume you've scraped your shoes and you're all neat and natty. Did you happen to walk past Merrick's apartment house and just happen to get on the elevator and just happen to get off at the penthouse?
I've never been in a penthouse in my life, which includes Merrick.
One more question, Vic. Did they let you see the morning papers?
I saw him. Puts you up a tree, doesn't it, cop? Kind of. What kind of jury's going to convict me, cop? Merrick dead with my gun, I go to jail. Hours later, I'm still in jail, and somebody else is found shot to death in an alley. Also shot with my gun. My gun was stolen, like I said it was. That guy that Carol hired for me, that Jackie Scarn, he's going to find out what this is all about.
Hey. What do you want, Gino?
Some technical, Danny. Here.
Take a look. Now, you'll be interested in this, too, Vic. These copies of your prints.
What about them?
They match perfectly with prints taken off the phone at Mr. Gordon Merrick's penthouse apartment.
Okay, what? So I was at his apartment.
That's right.
I forgot to tell you. I made a free phone call from there, but I didn't kill Merrick because I didn't have a gun. My gun was stolen. That I can prove. My gun killed Merrick, and it also killed a dame while I was in your jail. So what are you going to prove, cop?
And leave him. Spend the rest of the afternoon wondering about Vic's question. What was I going to prove? And know this. Vic would never be brought to trial unless I could prove something. His statement that his gun had been stolen would hold. But make an assumption and work from there. Assumption, Vic had murdered Gordon Merrick. Reason for assumption, Vic had lied twice. The mud that wasn't on his shoes, his prints that were on a telephone. Further reason for assumption, he had motive for killing Merrick. Motive, the love of Carol Royce. What needed to be known now was how the murder gun was found in the Bowery beside a dead woman. So have dinner and think about it. Read a newspaper. Catch up on back detail. And it's 11:30. A late time, but still a question time. So go now to the apartment of Carol Royce.
It's getting habitual. I open the door and it's you.
Mind if I come in?
A well-turned question. Yes, I mind.
Mind if I ask why?
Because I'm dressed like this. My third act costume happens to be this negligee, and I rush right home.
We've got to talk, Miss Royce. If you want to change, I'll wait.
Well, a packed house saw me like this tonight. Come on in for some standing room.
Thank you.
In here. And don't stand too long. It gets me nervous. Say your say and get out.
I understand you saw Vic this morning, Miss Royce.
Yes, I did. To see him with bars in front of him. I wanted to measure my self-control.
You think he'll be getting out?
I don't know much about the law, but I doubt whether they'll even arraign him. It's what my friends tell me. It's what I read in the papers. Vic's coming home to me. We'll have a party. He'll drink wine from my slipper. We'll pass it around the room, and only the two of us will drink it. It'll be a happy...
Mr. Scarn, come on in. Miss Royce has been waiting for you.
Of course.
I guess I was wrong all the time.
Don't let it distress you, Mr. Clover. People are wrong about things, right about things all the time. It happens.
But this time I was too wrong. I thought Vic and Miss Royce... Now it turns out you have the key to Miss Royce's apartment.
Hired help. I'm a courteous employer, and I expect loyalty from my domestics.
Domestics? I suppose you could say so. Well, I'm sure your visit's about over, Mr. Clover.
That's about right. Miss Royce?
Man talk now, Mr. Clover. The three of us.
You really love Vic, don't you?
I told you how it's going to be when he gets home. When's he going to come home, Scarn?
That's up to Mr. Clover, my dear. But it shouldn't be too long.
He'll be held where he is for trial, and the trial is going to be for murder.
Scarn. Does he know what he's talking about?
No.
When's Vic coming back to me?
Soon.
You can believe that if you want, Miss Royce, but that's not the way it is. Vic Kane killed Merrick out of jealousy over you.
Scarn.
Gently, my dear. I told
Did you tell her Vic's prints were found in Merrick's apartment?
Oh? Gently.
Nice
believed you. You said it would be all right.
The situation doesn't warrant so much drama, my dear. It's really a very simple situation.
Let's start from there. Vic killed Gordon Merrick out of jealousy over you, Miss Royce. He used Merrick's phone, called you, told you what he'd done.
Listen to him. Listen to him, Scarn.
So Miss Royce got in touch with you, Scarn, and you set up a thing.
I'm sure Miss Royce is quite bored with all this now, Miss...
Are you, Miss Royce?
You set up a thing, Scarn. Picked up Vic's gun where he left it in his room, then killed...
Shut up!
Gently. Gently, my dear.
That's right, then killed. Scarn got hold of a woman named Sophie Henry, murdered her with Vic's gun.
You did!
Look, Clover.
That way, Vic would never be brought to trial. Lack of sufficient evidence. His story about his stolen gun couldn't be disproved.
Look, Clover, all I get out of this is expenses, like I told you. I don't help in any way. I get practically nothing. But you helped. You did a lot. You got a reward coming if you want.
Let's go, Scarn.
That's Carol Royce, Clover. No? Then we'll have to do it another way.
Won't wait. The way you want.
Here's my gun, Mr. Clover. Did I kill him? Is he dead?
He's dead.
Good. Take me away. I feel clean again.
Broadway's almost empty now, except for those who never quit. Those who wear peepholes for eyes, the dream walkers, the people who want to laugh, the search behind doorways, in alleys, through shuttered windows. They never go home because they can't. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Rita Johnson was heard as Carol Royce, Herb Butterfield as Jackie Scarn, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Polk, and Paul Richards as Vic Kane. Tomorrow night, Joseph Cotton stars in Playhouse on Broadway. The play is titled In a Lonely Place. Don't forget, it's a thriller for Playhouse on Broadway tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. And remember, Robert Hughes Waxworks bring you the top records and recording artists on the CBS Radio Network.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The highly successful businessman, the supremely confident woman, the boastful bluffer, the sly schemer, each is vulnerable. Each has some weakness, some chink in his armor, some little flaw that we call the blind spot.
Right, boy, how do we get into this joint?
Smash the plate glass window.
Very funny. Come on, bright boy, do something.
Okay. Give us hammer and chisel.
Hammer and chisel coming up.
It's all yours, boy. Right. Here we go, Ducky. It's a noisy way of doing it for a bloke on the wrong side of the law, but us? We're strictly legit.
Oh, sure.
There we are. Doug. Entrance effective. We'll look the place over before we get the equipment out of the truck. Yeah. Dingy sort of place. Oh, it'll look better when the new tenants come in and clean it up. Oh, plus the advantages of electrical illumination. This passage leads to the front of the shop. Yeah. Hey, hold it a sec, will you? Hey, what's the trouble? Something lying on the floor. You got a match? Sure. Holy mackerel. A girl. Is she dead? I don't know. Certainly looks like it.
Yes, Superintendent. It's all in now. Pardon? Oh, the girl's name was Doreen Hoskins, age about 20. The divisional surgeon, after his first examination of the body, says that death took place about 12 hours before the body was found. What's that? Oh, yes, the forensic boys will be carrying out a full post-mortem this afternoon. Oh, yes, I agree. It's a most peculiar story. But I've got the two men from the electrical firm outside now, Norman and Morrison. Well, I'll get them in separately and go over it again. Oh, yes, sir, I'll let you know. Sergeant, have Mr. Norman come in.
Right, sir. All right, Mr. Norman. In here, please. Right, sir.
Sit down, Norman. Dick Norman, isn't it?
That's right, Inspector. Oh, what comes after the official title?
Huh? Oh, yes, I'm Inspector Lamb.
Yeah, I like to know the names of people I'm dealing with. Creates the right impression, sense of intimacy right off. I got that out of a course on business psychology.
Is that so? Well, I'll get back to that later. In the meantime, suppose you tell me, why did you and Morrison have to force an entrance into that shop?
Oh, the firm sent us here on a job. We had to renew the electrical wiring. All perished, you know. Well, the agents figured it was necessary before they could let it again.
Oh. Hey, didn't they give you keys to get in?
Oh, Inspector, I've been through this before.
And now you're going to have to go through it again.
Well, they gave me the keys on Tuesday when I was sent down my own to remove the old fittings and make a report. When I went there with Doug Morrison to put the new lot in, it was Friday. No keys available.
Why not?
Funny lot of agents. Only had one set of keys.
The keys they gave you on Tuesday. What happened to them?
You know, soon I'll be repeating this little old story in my sleep. I'll send her wife crackers.
When you start sending me crackers, I'll let you know. Answer the question.
Well, Tuesday I'm working in the front part of the shop. Chap comes along, taps on the window, points to the door, and I let him in. Got the keys, he says. Yes, thanks, I says. Well, give them to me, he says. Well, he produces a piece of paper torn out of an order pad. Order from the agent to hand over the keys. He's a prospective tenant, wants to look the place over. Well, he needs the keys to look in the other rooms, which are locked. I give them to him. Lighting won't suit for the business I'm opening, he says. Well, give me the job of chasing it, I say. All right, he says. We'll talk about it. Meet me tonight at 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue and Piccadilly Circus. Right, I says. Oh, what about the keys? Well, he says he'll drop them into the agents and off he goes.
You met him at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I met him. He agreed to give me the job. Said we'd go back, look the place over, so he could tell me what he wanted. Then he finds he hasn't got the keys. Says he's left them in his car.
I thought he was going to drop them into the agents.
Yeah, well, he said he'd told them what he was going to do, so they told him to hang on to them.
I see. Go on. What next?
Well, nothing next. He don't come back. I wait till 9:30, then I give it away. Take the train home, arrive about 11, have a cup of cocoa with the wife, and so to bed. End of Tuesday.
Hey, what do the agents say about your friend, the prospective tenant?
Oh, they've never heard of him. He's a phony. All he wanted was the keys.
Pretty old trick. Can you describe this man?
Oh, about 40 years old. Little less, maybe. Good 6 feet in height. Could be 6'1". Ginger moustache. Gold fillings in his two front teeth. Lean, well-built, ruddy complexion. Grey single-breasted suit. Green hat. Oh, well, a little feather. Anything else, Inspector?
No, not now, Mr. Norman. I think you've done enough for the moment.
Well, if you want me, you got my address and telephone number?
Yes, we'll get in touch, Mr. Norman, if we want you.
taking a picture tonight, Molly, old girl?
Oh, I'd like that, Dickie. There's ever such a nice one on at the Odeon. Singing and dancing and full of technicolor.
Oh, it sounds gruesome. I'd rather go to the Regal. They got a crime show. Good juicy murder.
Murder? Oh, I should have thought you'd had enough of that. After what's happened.
Oh, not me. Yeah, what I like to see. You know, maybe I can pick up a point or two and help the coppers out trying to find that chap that polished off that girl.
You be careful, Dickie.
Hello? Oh, hello, Inspector. What can I do for you? You have? Well, that's a bit of good news. Oh, no trouble at all. Be glad to oblige. It will take me an hour or so to get up there. Yes, I'll leave right away. See you, Inspector.
Who was that? The police again?
Yes, old girl, Inspector Lamb in person. Oh, sorry, the pictures are off for tonight.
Why? What's happened?
They need me for a little job of identification. They, got the bloke that disappeared with the keys.
Ooh. Well, you be careful what you say, Dickie. You never can tell what you're getting mixed up in.
Oh, I'll watch it, Ducks.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in a savings bond or two.
What?
I said we could cash in one of our bonds.
Joseph, don't you dare.
Oh, I was just suggesting.
Don't even think about it. Those bonds are our future. When they mature, we'll get back $4 for every 3.
Yeah, I know that.
They're guaranteed, too. 3 times over. Principal, interest, and replacement if lost or stolen. Well, the whole United States stands behind them.
Sure, Daphne,
Well, if we cash them in before they mature, we'll be giving up all that lovely interest. And what happens when we really need the money?
Daphne.
I don't see how you, who thought of buying a bond every payday in the first place, could suggest such a thing.
I guess maybe it was a moment of weakness.
Well, don't you ever bring it up again. Savings bonds are not only a good investment for us, but they help our country, too. Shame on you, Joe.
I'm ashamed. I'm covered with humiliation. I hate myself.
I should think so.
Okay, if I go back to reading my paper now?
Uh-huh. But, Joe, I was just wondering.
Yeah?
Do you really think we can afford a vacation this year?
Glad he can make it, Mr. Norman. I've got him in the next room.
Uh-huh. Oh, how'd you pick him up?
Circulated the description you gave us. Today we got a report of a man picked up on a fraud charge answering that description.
They always make a mistake, don't they? Now we'll have something more serious than a fraud charge to answer. Hey, Inspector?
Perhaps. First you have to identify him, though.
Lead me to him.
This way. Mr. Norman, have you ever seen this man before?
Yeah, of course I have. How are you, mate?
I don't know you.
Oh, you having trouble with your memory, are you?
Not that I've noticed.
Oh, well, you must have. You're the chap come to the shop on Greek Street Tuesday last. I gave you the keys and met you Tuesday night, 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue.
I'm sorry you're mistaken. I wasn't anywhere near Greek Street on Tuesday. Shaftesbury Avenue either.
Oh, I don't blame you, mate. I'd say the same if I was you.
Inspector, I've never seen this man before. I wasn't there. I don't know what he's talking about.
Just like that, eh?
Look, mate, what about giving us the name of your dentist? That's a lovely job he's done with those fillings. Oh, lovely girl fillings. Don't you reckon, Inspector?
I wasn't there, I tell you. I've never seen this fella before in all my life.
Very interesting. What's that, sir? I'm afraid so, Superintendent. Reynolds' alibi stands up. Yes, Norman didn't have any hesitation about identifying him as the man who took the keys from him. But we've checked out Reynolds' alibi and it's watertight. Now, that seems to put him in the clear. Oh, yes, I realize that. Even if Reynolds didn't have anything to do with the girl's murder, there still could be a man with 2 gold inlaid teeth who took the keys from Norman. I'm not dismissing his story. And meanwhile, there's my VIP visitor waiting to see me, sir. Oh, this could be very tricky. Oh, don't worry, sir. Don't worry. I'll be diplomacy personified. Yes, I'll be in touch. Sergeant, ask Mr. Collins to come in.
Right, sir. In here, please, Mr. Collins.
Diplomacy, the full treatment. Good evening, Mr. Collins. Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you, Inspector.
You've something to tell us, sir, about the death of Doreen Hoskin.
Yes, it's been on my mind for days. From the moment I read about her death in the press and saw her picture.
Yes, sir.
You see, I knew her.
Oh.
It must seem strange that a man like myself should know that kind of girl. But it happens, Inspector. Men like myself, public figures, people think of us no doubt as having all of society to choose from when it comes to friends, but there are disadvantages, Inspector, about living in the spotlight.
Yes, I can imagine that, sir.
In my own case, it's not generally known, but my marriage is an unhappy one. A loveless marriage. It's not a joyous thing to live with.
No, sir.
My wife comes from a prominent family. A divorce in the circumstances would be something that could ruin my career. And any indiscretion with women belonging to our own circle, well, it would be dangerous. But a man gets lonely, Inspector. As, for instance, last Monday night.
The night before Doreen Hoskins was killed.
Yes, I'd been working rather late, you see. When I finished, I went out into the street, Piccadilly. But I couldn't go home. I was too depressed, lonely. So I walked through Piccadilly Circus, feeling utterly alone in all that crowd of people. Lights, people laughing, it only made it worse. It was in Coventry Street that I saw her.
Doreen Hoskins?
Yes, I bumped against her in the crowd. She smiled. I smiled back. You could call it naive if you like, but it was like a sudden oasis of warmth in a world that was cold. I asked her to have dinner with me.
Go on, sir.
We went to a little place in Soho. She was an ordinary girl, but she was a human being. And you'll think I'm talking like a fool when I say it about that sort of girl, but I felt she was looking for something too. That she needed warmth and friendship as much as I did. After dinner, we went back to the place where she lived. She made some coffee. It was a very pleasant interlude.
Yes. Did you see her again?
Yes, the next night. I deliberately walked the same way. I saw her near Leicester Square Station.
And what happened?
Nothing. I was about to go up to her and speak to her, but I didn't. I suppose I felt it shouldn't go any further.
Yes, I understand. What time was that?
About 9 o'clock. I never saw her again. I've come to tell you this in case somehow you might have found I'd been at her flat the night before. I wouldn't want that to become public knowledge.
Mr. Collins, later medical evidence has now revealed that the girl's death could have taken place much earlier than at first believed.
Earlier?
Yes. In fact, round about 10 o'clock on that Tuesday night. And as it now stands, you could be the last person positively to have seen Doreen Hoskins alive, Mr. Collins. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Live at Woolwich?
I work in the dockyard.
That's where you met Doreen Hoskins, at Woolwich?
Yes, she was staying there. I met her in a dance.
When?
3 weeks. Yes, sir. 3 weeks ago last Saturday.
Didn't take you long to get engaged to her, did it?
Oh, no, sir. That happened the second day I knew her.
Really? You're a fast worker, aren't you?
Well, it wasn't that, sir. It was Doreen.
She what?
Well, she was the kind of girl who... Well, she needed someone. Well, straight she did. Needed someone bad to look after her. Anyway, that's what I thought at the time.
But you certainly didn't know her very well when you became engaged to her, did you, Stokes?
No, that was the trouble.
And how did you find out she wasn't the little innocent you took her for?
I didn't say she wasn't.
No, I'm saying it. Well, how did you find out?
Why, she started talking about men. Then when I come up to London with her, up west that is.
That was Saturday, right?
Saturday, yes. Well, she didn't want me around. She wanted to get rid of me. I knew why. Didn't have to be detective at that.
And you quarreled?
Not right out, but...
And you broke off the engagement?
Well, sort of.
Sort of? What does that mean?
Look, I was in love with her, but... Well, if she was that kind of girl, what was I supposed to do about it?
Well, that's a good question. What did you do? Kill her?
No, I didn't, so help me.
When did you see her last?
Saturday night. I left her Saturday night, went back to Woolwich. I've been up west again. Not till they brought me here to talk to you.
If you're lying about that, Stokes, we'll find out. You know that, don't you? Well?
All right. I did come up again. Twice more.
When?
Wednesday and Thursday, late afternoon. I went to where she lived.
Well?
I didn't see her neither time. That's the truth. I hung round because I wanted to see if she had other men. But I didn't see her. Honest, I didn't.
Coroner's inquest. I can hardly wait. Oh, it's going to be fun, Molly, old girl. Real fun.
Fun? Oh, Dickie, how can you talk about a thing like that? It's fun.
Well, won't it be? Standing up there in front of all that lot, telling my story, papers writing it up. Ah, smashing, I call it.
Dickie, a girl has been killed.
That's right. Foully murdered. And who did it, eh? You think they'll ever find out?
They might think it's you.
I reckon they're thinking it now.
Dickie.
Well, why not? Maybe I am the one. You think I'm the one, Ma?
I don't like you to talk like this. Makes me nervous. You might think it's funny, but I don't.
Calm down, Ducks. I was only fooling. I'm not the only one they suspect. There's Gold Teeth, what took the keys. There's a little boyfriend. Maybe there's others too. But here's the thing to think about. One of us did it. And he's got to be clever enough to get clean away with it. He got to outwit the police, the coroner's jury. The lot of them. Ah, yes, he'll be a clever man, the murderer. If he gets away with it, eh, Mo? A perfect murder. Hey, wouldn't it be something to know a man as clever as that? Eh, Mo?
Willful murder against some person unknown.
How do you feel about the verdict, Inspector?
Well, you've been a crime reporter long enough. You ought to know how I feel about it.
It was the only possible verdict on the evidence presented.
Yes, the only possible verdict.
And if you don't dig up any fresh evidence, that'll be the end of it. Another one to the files marked unsolved crime.
So that pleases you?
What shall I tell my readers? That police inquiries are still continuing?
Tell them what you like.
Pity they couldn't have handed someone over to you. But that wouldn't have helped much, would it? Not without evidence to make the charge stick. Tell me, how do you feel about the coroner's summing up? You know, telling the jury that they might disbelieve Norman's story about the gold-toothed character, but that didn't make him a murderer. Suggesting that the chain of circumstantial evidence wasn't strong enough.
Fletcher, why don't you go and don't get lost?
Ah, here comes the man himself, Mr. Dick Norman. Doesn't look very happy. I wonder what he's worried about.
Well, there's our memory expert. Hello. How are you?
Well, let's see. Do I know you?
Do you know me? Well, sure. Why?
Well, I'm not going to discuss my health with a perfect stranger.
Your health, huh?
Well, I suppose that reminds you of Medicare.
No.
Well, you mean you're not going to tell me how important Medicare is to my family? Or how vital it is for me to know just what it does?
No.
And you're not going to tell me to get that pamphlet called Dependent Medical Care Program?
No.
Well, that's a switch. Well, what are you going to say?
How's your wife?
Compared to what?
Sit down, Mr. Norman.
Yeah, Yes, very interesting, all this. Seeing the inside of a big newspaper office?
My name's Fletcher. Phil Fletcher.
Yes, I know. I saw it at the inquest. That's why I picked this paper.
You're talking about the Doreen Hopkins inquest?
That's right. 2 years ago. But I remember you all right. Listen, Mr. Fletcher. How would your newspaper like the inside story of that murder?
As you say, it's 2 years ago now. There's not much public interest.
Oh, but there would be if the story was good enough, wouldn't it? Like, if it came from the murderer himself? And your paper was the one to spring it exclusive?
Perhaps.
Look, I study the newspapers very carefully, Mr. Fletcher. I know the sort of thing that makes them sell. A thing like this, it'll be a big trial. It'll be sensational. All this time after it happened. Now people will talk about nothing else. Right, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, you're right, Mr. Norman.
Of course I'm right. Everyone will be talking about it. Whole of London, whole country. All right, Mr. Fletcher. If a man came to you with a confession like that, exclusive, would your paper finance his defense?
That's a matter for the managing editor. But I think I could say, yes, it would.
All right. And cop this, Mr. Fletcher. I did it. I killed that girl.
Now, Mr. Norman, you've heard the prosecution read out a confession signed by you. And you've agreed that this is, in fact, your confession, haven't you?
That's right, was what I told him.
Was this confession true?
No. It was a pack of lies.
Then you didn't kill that girl?
No.
And the evidence you gave at the inquest was the truth?
That's right.
Mr. Norman, I want you to think carefully before you answer this question. Why did you confess to the murder if you did not, in fact, commit it?
Because I wanted to clear my name.
Carry on there.
That's right. You see, a while ago I was offered a job. A good job, but I didn't get it. Because they heard I'd been mixed up in that business over the girl, so I had to clear my name. And this was the only way to do it. Get in a big court like this, in front of everyone, for all the world to see. You get the picture?
Oh, yes. I get the picture, Mr. Norman. Well, congratulations, Mr. Norman. You can walk out of here a free man.
Oh, Tar. You did a good job for me. Real good.
There wasn't ever very much doubt what the verdict would be. You said your confession was all lies, and they couldn't prove otherwise. There was no new evidence against you, only your own false confession. So the judge had to order an acquittal.
You think I didn't know that? Oh, yes. You did a good job, all right. But I reckon I did a better one.
What do you mean by that?
What say I was, Gilly? What say I really did knock her off, like I said in the confession? I don't have a thing to worry about, do I?
Did you kill her?
What's it to you, Mr. Lawyer? I've been tried and acquitted. Man can't be tried a second time for the same crime. I know that. I saw it in the movies. So I can talk about it all I like now. And no one can touch me for it. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
There was a Marine named Pelagic, whose bank account really was tragic. Then, on advice from a friend, he bought bonds as an end to his problems, which vanished like magic. Get the message? Of course you do. You already know that United States savings bonds are the easy, safe, and profitable way to save. This is just a reminder.
Hey, what are you looking at, Molly?
There's someone coming up the path.
So what?
I think... I didn't see him properly, but I think it's Inspector Lamb.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll handle it. Good evening, Inspector.
Good evening, Mr. Norman. May we come in?
I brought your sergeant with you, eh? Oh, yes, come in. Well, I didn't think I'd be seeing you again. You come to talk about old times. Oh, sure, sit down, sit down. Molly, get the gentleman a drink.
This isn't a social call. I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Norman.
Dickie!
Oh, no, you know better than that, Inspector. That was 4 years ago. And 2 years since I was acquitted. Do I have to explain the law to you?
Richard Norman, I have here a warrant for your arrest for the willful murder of Emily Bowker. And I warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence.
Emily Bowker? Who's Emily Bowker?
A woman of the same type as Doreen Hoskins. A few years older, but then you're a few years older too, aren't you, Mr. Norman?
Emily Bowker? Hey, you interest me. Hey, go on, tell me more.
Emily Bowker was murdered last night in her flat at Pimlico.
And I did it, eh? You want me to confess?
If you wish.
Why not? Yeah, sure, I did it, Inspector. Now I'll have it all over again, eh? The big court, the lot. And then I'll deny the confession like last time. Make fools of you all.
Dickie, stop it.
Start it. I can hardly wait.
Yes, Norman, we'll get started. Only it won't be quite like last time. Oh, the murder was the same, exactly the same. Emily Bowker was killed in precisely the same manner as was Doreen Hoskins. Your trademark, as you might say.
Trademark, eh? You think you can prove it?
Yeah, I think we can. You see, this time you left something behind.
Left something? What do you mean?
Your wallet, Norman. Its contents contain complete identification.
No. No, I couldn't have. Not me. Only a fool to make that sort of mistake like that. No, not me.
But you are a fool, Norman. You got away with it once. I should have thought that it'd be enough for any man.
Now listen,
but you had to try it again, didn't you? You just couldn't see past your ego, could you?
The best laid plans so often go astray. And when they do, it's usually because of that strange factor, that fatal flaw we call the blind spot.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Raft.
Mr. Ace, come in. I've given you up for the night.
You're not alone, Dr. Gale. There were a couple of minutes back there when I'd given myself up for good.
As close as that?
Closer.
Well, come on into the kitchen. Coffee's perking. Can't you find a less dangerous way to make a living than being a private detective?
Sure, but then who'd supply you with your material for your book on criminal psychology?
Sugar?
Sweet and black.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Incidentally, the book is coming very well, thanks to the unorthodox point of view I get on the criminal mind through your eyes. Well, what happened to you tonight?
What happened tonight seems to have started with a man named Judas.
Judas? You mean Judas Iscariot from the Bible, of course.
That's the guy, Dr. Gale, the world's most notorious stool pigeon. But it took 2,000 years for it to catch up to me.
Well, I'm listening, Mr. Ace. I'm listening.
The Cases of Mr. Ace, starring George Raft, and produced and directed by Jason James.
I hadn't been in my office over on 6th Avenue for more than 10 minutes when the hall door opened just wide enough to admit a man's eye. From where I sat, I could see it was steel blue, and when the door opened a little wider, I could see that the eye belonged to a very tall, very thin, very blond man. I waved him in.
My name, sir, is Doran. Richard Doran of Doran and Stanton, 5th Avenue Importers. Dealers in objects of art, curios, and such.
What can I do for you?
I want you to deliver a package to a gentleman in Chicago.
Go on.
That's all there is to it.
I see. My name is Ace, Edward Ace, sole owner of Ace Investigations, 6th Avenue, New York. dealer in homicide, matricide, and patricide, and also in the gentler forms of crime. What you want is a worthy boy working his way through reform school. Now, I know just such a lad who would...
This is no ordinary package, Mr. Ace. I'm willing to pay a fee of, say, $1,500 for its safe delivery.
What you want is a man named Ace. That the package under your arm?
Yes.
What's in it? An atom bomb?
Not quite, but something perhaps equally as explosive.
Go on.
It contains the most priceless item ever to come into the possession of Doran and Stanton.
You still haven't told me what it is.
I didn't intend to.
I don't like working in the dark. What's it worth? In dollars and cents, I mean.
I have consented to sell it to a British gentleman named Colonel Amherst for $150,000.
You could get a lot of explosion out of that kind of scratch. Is the dingus insured?
Unfortunately, Mr. Ace, it is not possible to, apply for insurance.
I see what you mean.
Yes, the, dingus, as you call it, has had a most checkered and colorful career.
Mostly, blood red, I suppose.
You put things so obliquely, Mr. Ace, but you're quite right. For many years, Doran and Stanton have kept it hidden away. Now, Colonel Amherst may have the joy of possession and the fear. You will find him registered at the Ambassador East. Deliver the package, collect the money, and return to me here in New York.
Why don't you take it to Chicago yourself? Or have the Colonel come here?
I will be frank, sir. Neither of us wishes to assume the risk. I would advise you to go armed, if you accept the assignment. Shall I give you a check for your fee?
How much cash do you have with you?
$250? Why?
I'll take that. The balance when I return from Chicago with your money.
Excellent. Here is your retainer, and here is the package. I also have your transportation. You leave on the Commodore Vanderbilt tonight, car 57, compartment E. Good luck, Mr. Ace.
Just one more thing, Mr. Durand. How do you know you can trust me?
If you are wise, Mr. Ace, you will give me no reason to regret my trust.
The package you left in my care was no larger than a pound box of candy. That evening, box under my arm pressed close to the gun in my shoulder holster, I boarded the Commodore Vanderbilt. I just relaxed in my bunk when the door to my compartment opened. I looked up from my berth into the face of a small, fragile-boned man. His hair was glossy and deep black. His eyes were glossy and deep black. But it wasn't his bones or his hair or his eyes that really interested me. It was his right hand. In it, there was a gun. From where I lay, it looked mighty big.
You will please clasp your hands together at the back of your neck.
Now, wait a minute. I never even met your sister.
I intend to take the package. If you make one move, I'll be forced to shoot you.
That makes a problem. You can't get the package unless I do move. It's under my mattress.
Oh, how clumsy. This place is so small. I forgive me. I am reluctant to permit you to rise. Of course, I could shoot you and kill you now and then roll you over and take the package.
But you won't, because you're not sure it is under the mattress. And if you don't find it there, I won't be alive to tell you where it is.
Yes, I suppose you are right. I can never think these things through clearly. Very well, I have no alternative. You will follow my instructions very closely, sir. Now you put your right leg on the floor, Mr. Ace. Slowly, slowly. That's it. Now, sir, roll over very gently on the floor with your side, so. Slowly keep your hands on that.
All right, get up. I won't shoot.
Oh, what an idiot I am. A stupid, imbecile bungler. I knew it. I had the premonition you would grab at my leg. And there I stand and permit you to do it. The stupid, idiotic bungler.
Don't break me up. Get going. Outside.
Where are you taking me?
For a little fresh air.
You will not, please do not be angry with me, Mr. Ace.
Get out on the platform.
I beg you, Mr. Ace. I am harmless, impotent, incompetent. Yes, that's what I am.
All right, who sent you?
No one, Mr. Ace. No.
Who sent you?
Please do not hit me again.
Who sent you?
I cannot bear it.
I'm alone, all alone. I'm a coward, Mr. Ace. I have no one.
Okay. Over you go.
No. Put me down, please.
Who sent you?
I swear it. No one.
Okay, Flat Tap. Relax.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Stay out of my way. Next time we meet, I'll toss you overboard.
Yes, quite right. Excellent. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I left the little man shivering out on the platform and went back to my compartment. And just as I walked into the room, that's when I really got it. I don't know how long I was out. When I opened my eyes, the small room looked as though it had been searched. It had. And the package was gone. The train was just pulling into some jerkwater stop. I got off, had my skull patched up by the local druggist, and hired a hack to drive me back all the way to New York. 2 hours later, I got out in front of the Duran Stanton shop on Fifth Avenue. There was a small light burning inside. I opened the door and went in. There was quite a crowd in there. All of them were cops. Detective Lieutenant Walsh of Homicide came forward. He had been talking to the sultriest-looking doll I had seen since Minsky closed his door.
Well, hello, Ace. Going in for imported art now?
I want to talk to Duran.
Yeah, you can talk to Duran if you like, but he won't answer you. He's dead.
What did he die of?
A hole in the head. 2 bullets went through it.
Got a smear on it yet?
Dull case of burglary. They jimmied the back door. Duran was upstairs with his wife here. They heard the noise. He came down to investigate. Bang, bang. A very dead Mr. Duran.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Duran.
Thank you, Mr.
Ace. Eddie Ace.
You said you wanted to see my...
Nothing important, Mrs. Duran. I won't bother you now. You suffered a bad shock.
You're very understanding, Mr. Ace. I tried to stop my husband from going down. He wouldn't listen. But is there something I can do for you, Mr. Ace?
Well, not right now. I mean, Mr. Duran was just going to show me a Chinese ring. May I come to see you in a few days, Mrs. Duran?
Please do.
Oh, by the way, have you heard from Colonel Amherst?
Colonel Amherst. I don't know the gentleman.
All right, watch it, Eddie. Mrs. Duran, I think you'd better go upstairs now. The boys are going to bring the I mean, we have to take the...
Yes, I understand. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Goodbye, Mr. Ace. Please call again. And if I should hear from a Colonel Amherst, I'll tell him to call you.
Mrs. Duran left the shop. She hesitated briefly at the door, glanced over her shoulder at me once, and then was gone. Walsh's boys brought the stiff out of the back room. I took a quick gander at it, then a longer one. It was a very, very dead Mr. Duran, all right. But it wasn't the man who had come to my office that morning. I guess I'll hit the road, Walsh.
Stick around. Take your hat off.
Respect for the dead?
I'd like to see the rest of that adhesive patch.
Don't be morbid.
Yeah, and maybe ask you a few questions, like what you really came here for at this hour, and where you were an hour ago.
Look, Walsh, just between us. An hour ago, I cracked the back door of the shop and threw a couple of slugs into Duran when he got in my way. I came back to see if I dropped any clues that might lead to me. If you find any, I'll be at my office. Bring them up and we'll split them 50-50. Well, the little man with the big gun. I thought I took that away from you on the train.
I have many of them, Mr. Ace. First, I must ask you to forgive the liberty I took in entering your office to wait for you. Where else to find you, I did not know. Eventually, you must return here.
All right, eventually I did. What's your problem?
Mr. Ace, I have a grievance. On the train, you caused me a great humiliation. Yes, you did. You slapped my face. You did not even have the decency to punch me. Man-like.
Next time, I promise to punch you. Hard.
There will be no next time, Mr. Ace. For you, I have the greatest resentment. Yes, I have. If you give me the slightest provocation, I promise to shoot you. Really, I will.
All right, once you're cute, twice you're a nuisance.
Oh, you will come with me, Mr. A.
Where are we going?
He's waiting to speak to you.
Who?
Colonel Gregory Amherst.
Come in, Mr. Ace. Come in, sir. Well done this time. Well done, Leonidas.
Oh, thank you, Colonel. Thank you. It was simple.
Well, sit down, sir. Sit down.
Thanks. Nice layout you got here.
You like it? You really like it, sir? It's so difficult to get proper accommodations these days. And now, sir, to the point. Where is the coin?
The coin.
Precisely.
You mean, the coin that was in the package?
Oh, please, sir, I beg of you, do not blame me for the simpleton. You know full well to which coin I have reference. Now, where is it?
Suppose you tell me. Then we'll both know.
You see, I told you he was uncooperative. I told you.
Gently, Leonidas. We must discuss this calmly.
But don't you see, he's a terrible person, a liar, a thug.
If you don't take this monkey away, Colonel, I'll break his leg.
Now, do be quiet, Leonidas, or I shall let him break your leg. A bizarre thought indeed. Now, sir, I shall put it bluntly, concisely, and simply. I believe you have the coin. I believe that you and Stanton, Duran's partner, are working together. And you both mean to hoodwink Duran, simulate a theft on the train, and then dispose of the coin, sharing the proceeds between you and Stanton.
So you got a phony coin when you slugged me on the train.
You know full well I did, sir.
You see how he twits us?
Be quiet, Leonidas.
I thought you were supposed to be in Chicago waiting for the coin.
That was the business arrangement. But you cannot blame me for coming here before the coin was delivered in an effort to save a little money.
And you even knew which train and compartment I'd be occupying.
In my business, sir, I must know many things. I even know when I'm beaten and forced to pay. And that time has come. I shall pay.
How much?
$50,000.
The price was $150,000.
That was when I planned on taking it by storm. Now I am willing to tender wealth to the realm. A quantitative and relative difference.
If you can say that again, you've got a deal. On one condition.
Yes?
That first you tell me what this coin is all about.
Tell you what? You mean you don't? That Stanton hasn't told you what?
It's a trick. He's slippery. He's lying.
Oh, my soul. This is priceless. Priceless. Here I sit and bargain with you for you. Oh, this is indeed priceless.
Go ahead. Have your fun. You know what the coin is. I don't. But I know where it is. You don't. I'm still in the driver's seat.
Indeed you are, sir. Oh, forgive me. I must dry my eyes. Very well, sir. I shall show my good faith.
Please, Colonel, I beg you, be careful what you say. He's a thug, a liar, a scoundrel, and everything. He struck me again.
Yes, and it served you well. Now do be quiet.
I hate him.
You were saying, Colonel?
The coin. Yes, tell me, sir. What do you think it is?
Come to the point.
To the point. Tell me, sir, how much do you know of your Bible?
I told you I'm in no mood for...
I do not ask idly, sir. It is very much to the point. You know, of course, of one Judas Iscariot, the great betrayer? Yes. And for his betrayal, he received from the Roman authorities his promised wage, 30 pieces of silver. Now then, that was 2,000 years ago. Mark well what I am about to say, sir. There are in the collections of numismatists certain coins of antiquity, dating back to the days of the pharaohs, 2,000 years before the day of the great betrayal. Now, sir, you begin to comprehend.
I'm still listening.
Very well. To the point. Of all the 30 pieces of silver paid to Judas Iscariot, only one, I say, has been unearthed. The rest, for all we know, have gone into the dust of the bones of the Judas. But that one coin, sir, with the imperial head and arms of Caesar stamped upon it, has been sought for, fought for, killed for, and died for through bloody century after century. Now, what do you say to that, sir?
I say you're nuts.
But my $50,000 says otherwise, Mr. Ace. And now, sir, the coin, if you please.
I'll have to see Stanton first.
You see, he cannot be trusted.
Is Leonidas correct in his analysis of your character, sir?
Sure, but I still have to see Stanton first.
Very well. There's nothing for it, I suppose. As added inducement, sir, a bonus of $10,000 for yourself. We needn't advise Mr. Stanton of it. If you deliver the coin to me here before dawn. I sail with the tide for Montevideo.
I'll try to earn the 10G. Amherst didn't have the coin. Stanton was on the loose. He might or might not have it, if it existed at all. It had to be someplace. I hustled on back to the shop of Duran and Stanton. I never got a good look at the little man who was tailing me. Every time I glanced back, he had his face draped in a foreign language newspaper. I made sure he was still pounding along behind me when I turned in at the door of Duran and Stanton. I didn't expect it to be opened. I was wrong. I didn't expect to find anyone there. I was wrong again.
What do you want?
I walked slowly to the kid at the far end of the shop. She was no more than 16 or 17, and her face was white. Her eyes loaded with fear. She stood in front of the safe under a small yellowish light. I looked carefully for her gun in her right hand.
Why?
It's always these frightened white-faced kids who really let you have it. She was unarmed. I let my breath out and closed in on her.
Scream! I'll call the police.
I'm the police. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm Elsie Duran,
You mean Mrs. Duran is your mother?
my stepmother. I was up at school when I heard that my father had been... I came here at once.
What were you looking for in the safe?
The safe?
Or were you putting something in it?
Like what?
Look, infant, no time for guessing games now. Give me a small package. There, that'll do it. You stay here. Put out that light now. Don't leave till I get back. Keep the door locked.
But why? I don't understand.
Take this gun. If anybody breaks in, use it. And tuck that gold chain you're wearing around your neck and side of your dress. It might tangle your gun arm when you need it.
But I've never fired a gun before.
Baby, you'll be surprised how natural it'll come to you if you have to. I left the kid in the shop, strolled down 5th across 34th to my office on 6th. The little man on my tail had dusted. I took my time. I figured there'd be somebody waiting for me at my office. There was. I figured he'd be holding a gun on the door. He was. I figured it would be the little man. It wasn't.
All right, Mr. Ace. I'll take that package.
What name are you wearing now, Stanton?
Give me that package.
You're sure you want it? Your life is a mighty high price to pay for it.
You forget. I'm holding the gun.
Okay, be headstrong. Here's the package.
That's better, Mr. Ace.
All the time I was talking to Stanton, I watched the little man across the street, the foreign language paper still covering his face. After Stanton left my office, I watched for him through the window. He came out of my building. I didn't hear the shot, but I saw the gun flash as it fired. Stanton slumped to the pavement. By the time I made it downstairs, the little man was far away, and so was Stanton. His body was still lying where it had fallen. The street was deserted. His wallet had been frisked to make it look like a clumsy holdup. The package, of course, was gone. I picked up the wallet, cased the contents. Among the usual stuff, there was a small clipping on glossy paper. It was a crude picture of a coin. The caption under it read, "Coin of Judas." I didn't have to rack my brain to figure out where I'd seen it before.
Who is it?
Ace, open up, and don't shoot.
Oh, Mr. Ace, I've been so frightened.
Give me that gold chain from your neck.
My chain?
Stop playing simple. You can keep the chain after I've taken the coin from the end of it.
So you know I have it.
I must have been blind not to knowing it before. Did your father give you the coin?
Yes. He told me to keep it at school. It was the safest place. But after I'd heard he'd been killed, Mr. Ace, look out!
No need for alarm, my dear.
You see, Colonel, I told you he is...
Gently, Leonidas. Well, Mr. Ace, I must say I'm disappointed in you. I did consider you a man of some peculiar honor.
That was your idea.
I sent Leonidas with $50,000, coin of the realm, sir, to purchase from you, open and above board, the coin. And what am I given for this honorable gesture? This, sir, 2 tortoiseshell combs.
They'll look cute on Leonidas.
This time, sir. I mean business. This gun will underscore my intention. Now, the coin, Mr. Ace, and my $50,000.
You're not even amusing, you fat clown. Leonidas never gave me 50 cents. He knocked off Stanton for those combs.
Leonidas. Why, that was most headstrong of you, most headstrong. Coming to me with his package and telling
It was all an error, my dear Colonel. I intended to return the money to you. But in my distress over learning that I had failed in my mission, it just slipped my mind.
A mind like a ski run.
Then before it slips your mind again, my dear fellow, I suggest...
Yes. Here it is, Colonel.
I shall deal with you later, Leonidas. Well, Mr. Ace?
I've got the coin.
At last.
Excellent.
At last, that's wonderful.
But I can't sell it to you. You'll have to deal with Mrs. Duran and her stepdaughter. It belongs to them.
Oh, my dear Ace, you are indeed the soul of honor. But the fact of the matter is that Marlene Duran called me after you talked with her, and... Oh, come in, Marlene. I was just telling...
Which one of you killed Stanton?
Marlene, put that ridiculous pistol away.
Which one of you?
It was quite unintentional, Mrs. Duran. A regrettable and melancholy accident. I assure you, I never meant to... Oh.
Here now. I say, Marlene.
And you sent him to do it.
No.
Yes, you did. I'm going to kill you, too.
Hey, for heaven's sake, she's mad. How stupid. How incredibly stupid. Shot down my...
You see, I killed him. I loved Stanton. So I killed his killers.
Yeah. Just like you and Stanton killed your husband. He got wise of the fact that you and Stanton were going to run out on him. So he sent Stanton to deliver the phony package. He knew that Amherst was in New York. He tipped Amherst off, figuring that Leonidas would be sent to kill Stanton for the package. But Stanton was wise to it. He sent me instead. And when he saw that I was attacked, he came back here and killed your husband.
Yes, my husband. And he deserved it.
All right, Marlene. Come along with me.
I'm not going with you, Mr. Ace. Because you and Elsie are going to the morgue.
And so Elsie used my gun to send 2 bullets into Marlene. How do you like that? I'd forgotten the kid was holding it.
But what about Elsie? Won't she have to stand trial for...
No, it's been settled down at headquarters. After all, Marlene did kill 2 men and then threaten Elsie and me with a gun. So, Elsie will be okay.
And what about the coin? Does Elsie keep it?
Yeah, but she's having it melted down.
Into what?
A small silver crucifix.
I see. I like that. Good night, Mr. Ace.
Good night, Dr. Gale.
In a moment, George Raft will be back as Mr. Ace to tell you about next week's case. But first, a brief word from our sponsor.
Thank you. Next week, I'll be telling Dr. Gale about the man who was forced to help his wife's murderer.
Thank you, George. We'll be listening. Tonight's supporting cast included Francis Heflin, Joseph Kearns, Ted Von Eltz, Charlie Lung, Elliot Reed, Mary Jane Croft, and Lorraine Beaumont. The music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. This is Carlton Cadell speaking and inviting you to listen again next week to George Raft in the cases of Mr. Ace.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. Private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn, Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. Laughs? This one figures for more laughs than a bull session at a bachelor dinner. You're being retained to play nursemaid to 3 of the most beautiful girls in the world. And for that, you're being paid. The lady at your office is Miss Matilda Cragg, battle axe type, and built like a fire hydrant.
Your fee, then, is $500.
Yes, Miss Cragg.
And you understand that I represent Mr. Byron Thorndyke?
Yes, Miss Cragg.
And you understand that Mr. Thorndyke is the Mr. Thorndyke, Byron Thorndyke Model Agency?
Yes, Miss Cragg.
And you know why you're being retained?
But of course, Miss Cragg.
Then let's go over it again.
Again, Miss Cragg?
Young man. My dear young man.
Yes, Miss Cragg.
Can't you... Isn't it possible... Won't you please call me Matilda?
With all my heart, Matilda.
There now, that's much better. So much less businesslike, less formal. Well then, let's get on.
All right, here goes. Every big city and most every big country has been running a beauty contest. Then all of them competed in an elimination contest in Los Angeles, and 3 were chosen.
Correct. Miss Madrid, Miss Paris, and Miss Brooklyn.
And these 3 are now here in New York for the finals tomorrow.
And one of the 3 is to be crowned Miss Universe. Prize, $50,000 in cash and a Hollywood contract.
And Byron Thorndyke is to be sole judge.
And I am here as chaperone for the young ladies. Mr. Thorndyke has taken a lovely house on Sutton Place with a lovely garden and a lovely view. Oh, the East River in the summertime.
Yeah,
The vast bridges.
Yes, Miss Cragg.
Their lights strung across the water.
Yeah,
like...
all right.
Something, Mr. Chambers?
Matilda, let's get back to cases.
Yes, of course. Now, you're to be there tonight at midnight.
Because the money transport company is going to deliver 50,000 cash bucks to Thorndyke at 11:45.
And you're to serve as bodyguard. You will come armed, of course.
Oh, of course, Miss Matilda.
And you will stay with Mr. Thorndyke until tomorrow afternoon. And then you will remain with whatever young lady wins the prize until the money is safely deposited in a bank. Miss Madrid, a brunette, is Lola Granada.
Uh-huh.
Miss Paris, a redhead, is Louise Dupre. Uh-huh. And Miss Brooklyn, a blonde, is Joan Hallam.
Yikes.
Now, Mr. Chambers, I want you to remember.
It's the longest day of your life, as what day wouldn't be when at the end of the rainbow you're scheduled to meet, you hope, Miss Madrid, Miss Paris, and Miss Brooklyn. Anyway, comes midnight and you're all dolled up in your summer finery, if one will forgive the slight bulge for gun and holster. And you're at the house on Sutton Place, and you've got your finger on the buzzer.
Well, Peter Chambers, boy detective. I was told you'd be due here, so I opened the door for you myself.
Say, what are you staked out here for, Louis? Assistant judge in a beauty contest?
I don't think that contest's coming off, Pete. It's been canceled on account of the unexpected advent of a corpse.
Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker. Homicide, New York City Police. Straight cop and good friend. He leads you through a corridor that opens upon a massive living room, and there, in a chair with his back to the entrance, Byron Thorndyke. Very dead. A knife crammed between his shoulder blades. Parker's men are doing their jobs. Photo guys, fingerprint guys, the works.
Real nice, huh?
Byron Thorndyke with a knife in his back. When'd you get the call, Louis?
About 10 minutes ago.
Who found him?
The chaperone, that Matilda Cragg.
Where's she?
Right now in a hospital.
Hospital?
Oh, wait a minute, Pete. My boys are finished here.
Yeah.
Yes, you might as well get the potty out, too. Okay, and I'll be downtown shortly. All right, Petey. Where were we?
Matilda Cragg.
Yeah. Well, let me set you up on the details first. The money arrived a little early, about 25 to 12.
And that's the motive for the murder, huh?
No, sir, it ain't. That dough was piled up on the table here when we found him. Nice as you please.
Well, if not money, then why do you think...
Search me. Anyway, about Oh, 11:45, we get the call downtown reporting this thing.
Call from whom?
Matilda Cragg. We do it with the siren blasting all the way, and we're here in 5 minutes. We find the door locked, so we jimmy our way in, and there he is, just like you saw him. Dead, his back to the entranceway, and Matilda keeled over by the phone.
Slugged?
No, fainted. Turned out to be a heart attack, as a matter of fact.
Oh?
Anyway, we bring her to, and she straightens us out on some of the facts, and then we pile her off to the hospital where she is now, incommunicado.
And what were these facts?
Very meager. Miss Cragg decides to come down to see if Thorndyke needs anything before she retires for the night, you see. She comes in here, she finds him, just like you saw him. She phones into the cops, she keels over, and that's the deal, period.
The dough was delivered at 25 to 12. By the way, where is the dough?
I sent it downtown to our property clerk, safekeeping.
Okay, dough delivered 25-2. She finds him at 1:45, which means he was killed within that 10-minute period, right?
Right.
Those girls been in the house all that time?
Yeah, each in her respective room.
So one of them's your murderer.
Or Matilda Cragg.
Well, one of the four of them. You, talked to the dames upstairs?
Yes, nothing. Each one clams, each one denies, each one professes no motive.
Where do they live? Addresses and stuff?
That's a thing. One lives in Madrid, one in Paris, and the one from Brooklyn was living in Hollywood when Thorndyke discovered her.
What have you told them? How much do they know?
Well, they don't know nothing except that the guy was stabbed to death. And that's all the information they're going to get until I'm ready to question. Meantime, they all stay put like they are and keep denying like they're doing.
Think I can see him?
Think I can stop you?
Upstairs, Parker introduces you to the cast of suspects. And a beautiful cast it is. First is Miss Brooklyn. Blonde as a Viking, blue-eyed and ruby-lipped.
My name is Joan Hallam, and I don't know nothing from nothing. I don't know who killed him or why he was killed. And I would consider it a special favor if you two baboons got out of here and left me alone.
Charming. Next you go a-calling on Miss Madrid. Raven hair pulled to a bun in the back and black eyes with more flash than a swindler on the make in Monte Carlo.
I am Lola Granada. I am shocked and all broken inside. I have nothing to say. I wish to be alone. Please.
Charming. And then Miss Paris. Red hair, green eyes, and a figure like the figure 8, but, oh, so much more attractive.
I am Louise Dupré. Oh, it is Peter. Peter Chambre, n'est-ce pas? Oh, this is so great a surprise. I am charmed. It is my delight.
Double charming. You met her last year in Paris when she was dancing in the Folies Bergère. You just didn't connect the name. You were there on a case, and this had all the makings of a great romance when, as luck would have it, the case was over and you were yanked back to the States.
Oh, tiens, my handsome Peter.
Oh.
Mon cher, this is so true, a delight, so unexpected.
Hey, what the devil is going on here?
We are old friends, my dear,
Lieutenant.
Oui, commissioner. Yes, you know who this is? This is Peter Chambre, the one true great detective of all the United States.
Louise,
no. He must have told you that himself.
Oh,
huh?
yes, he did. The one Peter Chambre, the great detective.
All right. All right. Yeah.
Oh, now look, my one true great detective of all the United States.
Oh, look, Louis, you don't understand. You see, I was in Paris last year.
The one great detective.
Louis, I'm trying to explain to you.
I will talk to him. I will talk to him alone. I do not trust another. I am in a strange country. I will talk to him. But not here. Outside, in the rear, is a garden by the ocean. By the beautiful East River Ocean. There I will talk to him.
Well, what have you got to lose, Lieutenant?
Commissioner, I will talk to him, to the Peter Chambre.
Okay, go talk to him.
And so, outside in the garden, with a cool breeze coming over the East River Ocean, she puts her arms around you and kisses you. But from the way she kisses you, you know she's worried. Before you can ask her, she says it.
Oh, I am so worried, Peter. I am very much distressed.
You tell me, honey. You tell the great detective of all the United States.
My knife. It is missing.
Uh-oh. What's with the knife?
It is in my family, an heirloom. We have had it many years, but it is gone.
Since when?
I do not know. I showed it to the girls when we came here 2 days ago. Then I put it in my bureau drawer. Then I did not look again until the police came and told us about poor Byron. They told us he was, how you say it, stuck. Stooped?
No, stuck. Stuck.
Stuck. Then quickly I look. My knife, she's not there.
Well, did you tell the police?
I was afraid. I am in a strange country. They will think that
Look,
perhaps
they're going to find out sooner or later.
So, if they find, then I will speak. Perhaps they do not find, then I have no need to speak.
Look, Louise, you didn't kill him, I hope.
Oh, no, not I. Peter, you will protect me. You will protect poor little Louise. You will not be sorry. Louise will appreciate so like
now,
this.
Wait a minute. You're a little premature in the appreciation department. Easy.
True. You are correct.
You have any ideas on Byron Thorndyke?
Oh, he was a bad man.
Well, that's an idea. Where'd you get that from?
No, from Miss Brooklyn, Jean Allen.
You mean she didn't like him?
Oh, she loved him.
So, that makes him a bad man?
Oh, it is so. I am the prettiest. I know I am going to win. I tell this to Joan. She agrees, but she does not agree.
No, slowly, honey, slowly. You're committing mayhem on your English.
She agrees, and she does not agree.
Well, how do you work that one out?
She agrees that I am the prettiest, but she does not agree that I will win. She tells me that she loves Byron, and that Byron loves her, and it is all, how you say, in the bag, that she will win.
Oh, a fix, huh? Even in a beauty contest.
Fix? What is this fix?
Oh, you skip it, honey.
Huh? Okay, I skip. So that is how I know he is a bad man.
Now, look, this Joan Hallam, she's told the cops that she lives in Hollywood. Do you know anything about that?
Well, once when we are together in Los Angeles, she tells me of a little room she has in Brooklyn. She says never to tell anyone because it is so poor and small. She says she still keeps it because it is so inexpensive, even though she lives in Hollywood, just in case she has to come back east. She was having so much wine that night. I do not think she even remembers that she told me.
Did she give you the address?
Oui. 262 Hoyt Street.
Hoyt Street?
Hoyt Street.
Oh, you mean Hoyt Street?
That's what I said. Hoyt Street.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Ground floor back. Is in Brooklyn, no?
Is in Brooklyn, yes.
So now, Peter, I have told you all because I am so afraid. You must help me, and then when it is all over, believe me, Louise will not forget. Louise will remember.
Regretfully, you leave Louise, but you hope there will be a better moment when all her worries are dissipated. You accompany Parker to the Belmore Hospital, where you sit outside in the white wall corridor while he interviews Matilda Craig. You sit for a long time until finally he comes out.
Well, I think we can eliminate her, Pete.
Matilda, why?
My boys have checked her thoroughly. She's known Thorndyke a long time, sort of a secretary in his agency, and he's been very good to her. She's got a bad heart. He's paid for doctors, treatments, past 10 years.
Well, at least she could straighten you out on his background.
She's no help there. He kept his personal life to himself.
What about those dames out at his house? She have any ideas as to who might have stuck that thing into her boss?
That's why I come out for you. She heard mention of a threat.
By whom?
Lola Granada.
Miss Madrid?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, how'd it happen?
Come on in and listen. Softly now. Miss Craig.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hi, sweetie.
Oh, Mr. Chambers.
Miss Craig, tell us about that argument now, will you please? You feel strong enough?
Oh, yes, I do. It was 2 days ago. Miss Hallam was in Miss Granada's room. The door was open, and I was dusting outside, and I could hear. Miss Hallam was speaking. Miss Hallam was saying...
Look, Lola, I don't want to tread on anybody's toes. I'm telling you the truth, so help me. I don't care if you're jealous or you're not jealous. I'm telling you the truth. I'm supposed to win this contest hands down. Byron Thorndyke told me he was stuck on me. Told me he was in love with me.
Then he was lying.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Maybe yes, my dear Joan. Neither you or Louise will win. Only I. There is $50,000 to be paid, and he will keep it in the family. He will pay it to his wife.
Wife?
Yes, I am his wife. We are married in Los Angeles.
Why, I don't believe it.
No? Then look at this. A marriage certificate. Do you see, John?
Yeah. I see.
And I don't want you playing around with my man. Is that clear? Or he with you. And I have told him that. I have told him, if it continues, I will kill him. I am not accustomed to this, and I will not have it. And now that I have told you, please to get out of here. Please get out. Quickly!
Okay. Don't let that Latin temper of yours get the best of you. I've got a temper of my own, you know. Byron Thorndyke. That dirty, miserable dog.
And that was what I heard. I didn't mention it. Not to anyone. I'm not one to gossip. But now, in these circumstances...
All right, Miss Craig. All right, now. Easy, huh? Put your head back on the pillow. Nurse.
It's the middle of the night now. Parker's gone down to headquarters for a workout with his laboratory men, and you're dying to go to sleep, but you've got one more little chore to do. 26262 Hoyt Street turns out to be a ramshackle brownstone with ash cans on the sidewalk. Ground floor back is a flimsy door that has no resistance to your gentle ministrations. Inside, there's lots of accumulated dust. But there's also signs of a recent entry, like a newspaper with yesterday's date. You give the joint a quick going over, which isn't much of a job, and then out of an old musty trunk, you come up with something which isn't musty at all. That does it for you, and you get out of there. Next afternoon, you're at the house on Sutton Place. Parker's got the ladies in Lola Granada's room, and he's jabbing left hooks. But you know Parker, he's holding back that haymaker. Possibly because he's got no haymaker to throw. But he's wearing them down, the three of them.
Now you, Miss Paris, Louise Dupre. That knife belongs to you, no question. That's a French knife made in France, one of them antique deals.
But, Commissioner...
It's Lieutenant.
Certainement. But it does not mean I have used the knife to kill.
Only fingerprints on it are yours, lady.
Well, it belongs to her. Whose fingerprints should be on it?
Look, who invited you here?
You did, Lieutenant. We're sort of working hand in glove on this thing. Glove. Now, there's a pretty word. Whoever stuck that steel into him probably did use gloves. These ladies equipped with gloves?
Yeah, all of them.
So a gloved hand would keep the culprit's fingerprints off and keep Miss Dupre's fingerprints on.
Okay. Well, let's get to you, Miss Madrid. Lola Granada with a Latin temper. Brooklyn here's been keeping her trap closed, but you, Miss Granada, were heard to threaten Thorndyke in her presence. Any comment, Miss Granada?
I did not kill him.
That you said too many times. Any other comment?
Only once again I wish to report the loss of my marriage certificate. It was stolen.
Marriage. We're working on a murder case.
It might be pertinent, Lieutenant.
Are you still here? Why don't... Pertinent how?
Because it was stolen by the murderer.
Ah, and I suppose you know who that is, too.
Of course I do. Here, let me point a finger. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And it comes out... You.
Joan Hallam?
Me?
You, Miss Joan Hallam. You stole that marriage certificate.
I did not.
Oh, you deny it, huh?
I certainly do.
All right, I'll show you the missing marriage certificate. See, I'll dig it out of my pocket. Take a look.
What about it?
Guess where I found it?
Where? Where did you find it?
26262 Hoyt Street, ground floor back.
But how? How could you?
Honey, you were put on a spot.
What are you talking about?
You've been put on a spot by Thorndyke himself. The lieutenant's been holding on to you, sweetie.
He couldn't.
Thorndyke scribbled your name.
He couldn't.
He scribbled your name when he saw you come in with the knife in your hand.
He couldn't. His back was turned. He was seated with his back to the... Oh.
And that, my dear Lieutenant, is what is known as cooking your own goose.
Nobody knew that he had his back to the door, Miss Hallam, except Miss Cragg, the police, and the murderer.
It's talking time, Miss Hallam.
Okay, I killed him. That's one rat that deserved it. I had a contract waiting for me in Hollywood, but he talked me into this. Told me it was a sure thing that I'd win this contest. Told me he loved me. Anything to get this thing rolling for him. Look at all the publicity it gave him. All the business, and for free. Because he figured to keep that 50 G's in his own family. That phony rat was going to fix it so his own wife, Lola, would win that contest.
When did you make up your mind to kill him, Miss Hallam?
When I caught him in the final lie.
And what was that?
I talked to him yesterday morning. I told him what Lola had told me, that they were married. Even then, he brazened it. Told me he wasn't married to Lola. When I threw him the bit about the marriage certificate, he told me that was a phony. So I hooked it. I had a lawyer call L.A. and check it. It was the McCoy. Well, that was it. I sneaked Louise's knife from a drawer, and I waited for my chance.
And that was that. Parker cleans up the loose ends, and your case is closed. And that evening, Louise Dupre descends upon you. And with a cool breeze wafting over from the East River Ocean and a couple of highballs clinking ice, you have a declaration from the beautiful Miss Paris.
Ah, the true great detective of all the United States. In appreciation, Louise bestows a kiss like so.
Oh, Louise. And in appreciation of your appreciation, the true great detective of all the United States bestows a return kiss. Like so.
Even at home, Barry was never like this.
And there you've had Crime and Peter Chambers. Dane Clark starred as Peter Chambers. Crime and Peter Chambers, transcribed, was created and written by Henry Kane. Others in the cast were Bill Zuckert, heard as Lieutenant Parker, Marion Carr as Miss Cragg, and Anita Anton as Louise Dupree. It was directed by Fred Way. This is Fred Collins, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, for Dane Clark in Crime and Peter Chambers.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Copy, boy. Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society page, please? Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerk the first paragraph in that Simmons story. Hiya, Dan.
How are you? Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in box 13?
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, here I am again, standing at the want-ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a sniff of printer's ink. Holliday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holliday. You haven't got all night.
I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from Box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
But don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. Find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Holliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
No, thanks just the same.
I like you, Mr. Holliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
Well, that seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Here, wake up, Holiday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter? Well, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
But don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Holliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know it doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Holliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Holliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your corpse.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitch to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh.
Now, will you help me?
Suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hall. case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure, I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holliday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. Now, I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good. There we are.
I must be crazy.
Oh, good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carry out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs. Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holiday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holiday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if... some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now listen, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holliday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Huh?
See. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holliday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holliday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh.
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I like it here. I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari? He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holliday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Two o'clock in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. Oh, that little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had a talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But of course he wouldn't admit a thing.
What'd you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday, I'd...
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holliday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing. Not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants her back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? Changed his mind. He wants her back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
When he called me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over our phone? You're nuts?
This don't sound right.
Yeah, forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
Yeah, I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Here. Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Ooh, not so fast. Ooh, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in.
Would you push?
Driver, get out of here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed it. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. He must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the cakes, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Kling, you can't let her walk the streets alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me? Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Kling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holliday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holliday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holliday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holliday, get out of here.
Well, Holliday, now you're fixed. Even Kling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in ladies' suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holliday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. You're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yeah, she'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Kling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Sapped, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was is right, Lieutenant.
Here, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holliday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Kling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Kling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room. I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Kling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any... In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Oh, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Kling returns.
But I just wanted to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning. But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Biscari, and he said...
Kling, look out! Here, Miss March, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holliday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Biscari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
It was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace?
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holliday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holliday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holliday.
Well, what's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But, what happened to Bascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holliday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking, maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Woman of Mystery. Morning, about 10 o'clock. In a private office at police headquarters, a telephone rings and...
Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking.
Is this
Yes?
I think I've got one for you.
Oh, who's this speaking?
I'm Lizzie Banks. To be really proper, I'm Mrs. Charles Peter Banks. Only my husband's dead, and I'm a widow.
What's your address?
1221 Steger Street.
1221 Steger.
That's right. It's the lady who rooms with me that's been killed, I think.
What makes you think?
Well, you get out here and peek through the keyhole of a door, like I just did, and you'll see. She's lying in a pool of blood, and there's a knife handle sticking out of her bag.
We'll be there right away, Mrs. Banks.
I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye.
Sergeant Martin.
Yeah, Captain?
Tell the tech squad and the doc to follow us to 1221 Steger Street. You go there with me.
Yes, sir. What's happened at 1221 Steger Street, huh?
Good morning, Captain Logan.
Now, what are you two doing here?
Don't we usually drop in sometime during the day to inquire what's happening in the murder department?
And it seems we picked just the right time today.
Okay, Miss Williams, you and that lug with the camera follow my car.
Captain Logan's car stopped in front of that little ramshackle cottage, Casey.
Yeah, I'll park right behind him. Boy, is this a crummy neighborhood.
Yeah, we won't get any front page stuff here. Murder's got to be glamorized to write big headlines.
Yeah. Come on, Annie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, little old woman's come out of that door.
Are you Mrs. Banks?
That's me, Lizzie Banks. Mrs. Charles Peter Banks.
Well, I'm Captain Logan. This is Sergeant Martin.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Howdy,
And who's that fellow with the picture box?
Just a press photographer, Mrs. Banks. Pay no attention to him.
You here to take pictures of me, young man?
Definitely, Mrs. Banks.
Oh, come in and make yourself to home. You and your lady friend, both.
Thank you.
Now, where's this roomer you think is...
In the front bedroom, just off my parlor here. There.
The door's locked.
Well, it's the only room I rent out. Only room I gotta rent, matter of fact.
Sergeant. Yeah? Take a squint through this keyhole.
There's only 4 rooms in this place. Parlor, kitchen, front and back bedrooms.
I'd say the woman lying on the floor in there has been stabbed, Captain.
Oh, I used to have a nice big house when my husband was alive. 6 rooms and bath, but that...
Now, we'll break in the door,
Wait!
Sergeant.
Who'll pay for that door?
Now, we can't think of that now, lady. All right. All together, Martin.
Oh, I'm a poor woman.
One push is all a door like that needs.
Well, I'll get another door somewhere.
This woman's stone cold. She's been dead for hours.
The knife in her back was pushed in up to the hilt.
Now, all of you keep out of this room. I don't want you stepping on possible evidence. What's the dead woman's name, Mrs. Banks?
Oh, Miss Jessup. Poor Miss Jessup.
Miss Jessup, huh?
Dorothy, at least that's what she told me. Such a nice woman she was. So quiet. And she paid her rent so regular.
I want to hear all you know about her in a minute. She's a big gal. Only a husky could have driven that knife so deep in her back, Martin. And it was done with one clean stroke.
Yeah, it took muscle to do that, Captain. You got any idea who was with your roomer last night, Mrs. Banks?
No, I haven't, young man. Miss Jessup came home about 8 o'clock and said, "Good evening," and then went into a room here, and I heard her bolt the door. I went to my own bedroom pretty soon after that and went to sleep. This morning I called to her, and she didn't answer. I tried the door and found it locked, and then I did what any woman would do and peeked through the keyhole. And after that, I run out to the corner store where there's a phone and called you.
Door was fastened on the inside with a good strong bolt.
Casey, I told you not to come in
I'm
here.
only poking my head around the door frame.
Well, the killer never left this room by the door,
That's
Captain Logan.
altogether obvious, Miss Williams. He used the window.
He couldn't have done that, Captain. That window's locked.
Mrs. Banks, it's open several inches from the bottom.
I say it's locked. I know my own house. Now try it.
Hey, it is locked in this position.
And locked from the inside by them spring bolts in the frame. Miss Jessup always left it like that at night, open enough to get fresh air, but not open enough so that even a cat could crawl in. Say, she's been killed in a room that nobody could have got in or out of.
Casey.
Let me take another look at that knife.
The woman couldn't have stabbed herself in the back like that, sir.
How was Miss Jessup murdered? How?
The answer seems very simple to me, Mrs. Banks. Oh, it is? Well, sure. I'll show you why it's simple, pal, if you'll give me your royal permission to come through this doorway.
Okay, but watch your step.
Thank you. Well, now, look. This is an old-fashioned type of window without counterweights or friction slides. You raise or lower the sash, you pull out 2 spring catches on the side.
I know that. What I don't know,
Wait a
Casey,
minute, pal. The round spring bolts in the sash snap into holes in the casing and lock. That is when they find those holes. Now, that can be prevented. When I was a kid, we lived in an old house that had this arrangement. I used to monkey with it.
Would you get to the point?
Give me a chance. Now, probably to delay the discovery of the body, whoever killed this woman figured it smart to leave the window as she usually locked it at night. Only a few inches from the bottom. So, he ran a pair of thin strips, common metal bailing straps that do the trick, between the sash and the casement, climbed outside, lowered the window, pulled out his strips, and let the spring bolt shoot into place.
Oh.
It could have been done that way easy, Captain.
Yeah.
Oh, Casey, now you've ruined a nice mystery. I've always wanted to run into a real case of murder where the killer has vanished from an escape-proof room.
You and I should live so long, Annie.
But who could have been the big, strong person who drubbed that dagger into Miss Jessup's back?
Now, Mrs. Banks, step back into your parlor, will you? I want you to tell me all you know about Miss Jessup.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like the tech squad, Sergeant. Let him in and have him give that room the works.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mrs. Banks, how long have you known Miss Jessup?
Only 2 months, Captain, since she rented my room. I don't really know anything about her at all, except she was a woman of mystery.
A woman of what?
Mystery, Captain. A woman of mystery.
To sum up what you've been saying, Mrs. Banks, this woman, Dorothy Jessup, answered an advertisement you put in the paper and...
It said, refined lady has pleasant furnished room to rent in own home.
That's beside the point.
I decided to take a room, Captain. Not so much 'cause I needed the money, though I could use it, of course, as because I get kind of lonesome. And I figured having another woman in the house...
We've gone over
and
that.
Miss Jessup seemed so nice and quiet.
Mrs. Banks,
She wasn't a giddy young thing. She was 45 at least. So I
The
thought...
point, Mrs. Banks, is that she never told you anything about
And
herself.
that's why I say she was mysterious, Captain. Most women do tell things. Women like to talk.
Yeah, I'm getting the proof of that.
What?
Take it easy, Logan. Take it easy. Mrs. Banks.
You want to take another picture of me, Mr. Casey?
Well, I've taken a half a dozen of you while you've been getting acquainted with the captain. But you see, now we'd like to nail something down. Now, did Miss Jessup ever say or do anything to give you the idea that she had secrets? Secrets that might possibly explain her murder?
She certainly did do something.
Oh?
She come into my house with a suitcase. And from that day on, she never went out of her room without leaving that suitcase locked.
How did you discover that?
How do you suppose I discovered it? A body's got every right to find out whether folks distrust him and lock things up.
Oh, Sergeant Martin.
Yes, sir?
There's a locked suitcase in the dead woman's room. Bring it here if the tech men are finished with it.
Okay, Captain. I was just coming out for you. The doc would like to have you in there for a minute.
All right. You stay here with Mrs. Banks.
You
Excuse
don't
me.
have to leave a policeman to watch me.
No. Don't worry. You're not being watched, Mrs. Banks. Say, whose picture is this on your wall? This beautiful young woman.
Why, Mr. Casey, believe it or not, that's a photograph of me. Took 50 years ago.
You know, I figured it was you.
You could tell.
Sure.
Seeing me all wrinkled now and shrunk up.
Well, your face still has the fine lines of the girls in this picture.
Oh, that's nice of you to say. My husband used to make pretty speeches like that to me. Charlie's been gone now for 14 years.
Tell us about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Banks. For the story, all right.
Well, your newspaper story won't be the first one read about Charles Peter Banks and me, Miss Williams. We was once somebodies.
Somebodies?
You ever hear of Elizabeth Fontenoy?
No.
Of course you didn't. Elizabeth Fontenoy was my stage name back in your grandmother's day.
You were an actress?
Uh-huh. What was called a soubrette.
What do you know?
Oh, I wasn't a very good one, I guess. I was just young and pretty and looked good in tights. And my husband was a real somebody, though. Charles Peter Banks was educated, a scholar. He wrote a book.
A book? Yeah?
About historical things you probably wouldn't understand. There's the book he wrote on the table.
Oh, may I look at it?
Sure, but handle it careful. It's old and not very strong, like me.
I'll be careful.
Let's see, Casey. The Art of War in the Middle Ages.
Colleges and museums used to ask for my Charlie's opinion on that subject. Oh, he knew all about battle axes and swords and what men wore when they fought in ancient days. And newspapers and magazines used to mention his name, and mine, too. You might maybe put in a word or two about that in your story, miss?
I shall, Mrs. Banks.
Oh, here's that dratted captain back again.
Well, the docs just confirmed my opinion of this stabbing, Casey.
What'd he say, Logan?
That only a very strong person could have done the job. The knife was driven completely through that woman's body and through a rib bone.
Through a rib bone?
Yeah. Say, Mrs. Banks, do you know of any big or very strong people who were associated with Miss Jessup?
Well, I don't know if you call my next-door neighbor associated with her, but he's big and strong, and she had a fight with him last week.
She had a fight?
Well, not exactly a fight. She just told him she'd scratch his eyes out if he didn't stop getting drunk and pestering her. Oh, Gus Ettenberg's what I call a masher. It made Lena Finnegan mad as all get out when Gus took a shine to Miss Jessup.
Oh, well, what was Lena Finnegan mad about?
She was jealous. She wants to marry Gus. They'd make a good pair. Lena's big as a skinned horse, just like he is.
At last, you're telling me something that may help my investigation.
Now, hold your horses. I don't think Gus or Lena killed Miss Jessup, though I might be wrong. Have you looked into her suitcase yet?
No, but I got it here. Also, the key to it, found in the dead woman's purse. I'll open it now, and let's see.
Only a few papers inside.
Let's see what they are. Hey, look at this.
I've seen documents like that before.
It's a parolee's discharge from Avon Prison.
In the name of Dorothy Jessup Prentice.
Dorothy Prentice?
Well, she's the dame who murdered
I remember reading about that case.
The parole board let her out last spring after she'd served 20 years of a life sentence.
You mean my rumor was a murderess?
It sure was. She carved up a guy named Lou Costa, who was a big rum runner back in Prohibition days, Mrs. Banks.
And now she's been killed with a knife.
Casey, this is finally beginning to look like front page.
I'll say it is. We can resurrect the story of the Costa murder, Dorothy Prentice's trial, her 20 years in prison, everything.
Never would have dreamed. Now I can figure why she was scared of that man.
Man?
What man?
The mysterious man.
Mrs. Banks.
No. Lady, will you please talk straight?
She told me if this man ever come to the house that I was to say she didn't live here. She described him to me, and then one day he did come. I did as she asked, and he went away. But later, only 2 or 3 days ago, I seen him watching the house. And when I told her, she like to died of fright.
Now you tell me about this.
Well, you didn't ask me about the mysterious man before.
Oh.
Of course, now I figure he was a detective who was watching her.
Mrs. Banks, let me figure...
Hold it, pal, will you? Mother Banks, will you describe the mysterious man to me?
Of course I will, boy. He was a big, gray-haired fella with a little black mustache and a long scar on his left cheek.
A scar?
It ran from the bridge of his nose right down to his jaw.
Logan.
Yeah. She's described Mike Costa.
The brother of the rat Dorothy Prentice killed.
Mike's one of the toughest crooks in my book, and he's never been known to forget a grudge. He's paid that dame off for knifing his brother.
Oh, Casey, will this be a story?
And I'll be in it, Miss Williams.
I'll say you'll be in it, Mrs. Banks, as the star witness.
Put on your hat and coat, Mrs. Banks. We're going to headquarters where you can look at Mike Costa's picture. And if you identify him, this case will be all washed up.
That's a picture of the man I know, Captain. That mysterious man Miss Jessup was afeard of.
Sergeant, get out a pickup order on Scarface Mike Costa. Have him brought in here and quick.
Boys have got Mike Costa, Captain.
That's swell, Sergeant. Bring him in here.
I don't think you'd like him in your private office the way he is, sir.
What do you mean?
Mike tried to shoot it out with the cops who cornered him, and, well, he didn't do so well. They're in good health, but he's dead.
He tried shooting it out.
Right, Casey.
Well, that's pretty good proof that he killed Dorothy Prentice. He knew why the cops were after him.
Excuse me, Miss Williams. According to the report I just got, Mike started shooting for an entirely different reason.
What reason?
He thought the boys had his number for the stick-up killing of that gas station attendant last night. Captain, he was pulling that stick-up way over on the east side at the very time Dorothy Prentice was being stabbed away over on the west side.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. He's been positively identified as the stick-up killer.
There goes my case against Mike Costa.
And my beautiful corny story about a brother's revenge.
The death of Mrs. Banks' woman of mystery is becoming mysterious after all.
Come in, Mr. Casey. I'm delighted to see you.
Thank you, Mrs. Banks.
Sit down, and I hope you won't mind the muss in my parlor.
Oh, no.
Some of my neighbors were in. Neighbors who never called on me before. They wanted to hear firsthand about my poor dead roomer. They just left, and I ain't had time to clear up the tea things we use. Can I give you a cup of tea?
No, thanks. No, Mrs. Banks, I came here for a talk.
That's fine. I like to talk.
Yeah. You like to have people want to talk to you.
Huh? Guess everybody wants that.
Especially those who've been a somebody, like you were.
Oh, I was never much. Just an actress without much talent. My husband was really the somebody.
Yes, I stopped in at the public library this afternoon and looked over the book he wrote.
You did?
Mm-hmm, yeah. And I found The Art of War in the Middle Ages pretty highbrow stuff. A whole lot of it was way over my head, but it gave me an idea. Just like it gave you one.
I don't know what you mean.
You killed Dorothy Jessup Prentice, didn't you?
Of course, you're joking.
No, Mrs. Banks.
Young man, I weigh just 87 pounds in my heaviest coat and winter galoshes. Are you saying that I drove a knife completely through that big woman?
Yes. And you did it from outside of her locked window.
Exactly how did I do that?
You did it with one of the medieval weapons your husband wrote about. The kind that could throw an arrow, a spear, and a knife with accuracy and silence and great force. Like modern guns, some of those old contraptions could be operated by a child or a weak little woman. The window was open 3 inches. The knife was shot through that opening. You figured you were creating a really great mystery. And that appealed to the dramatic instinct no actress ever loses.
Well, you're pretty smart, young man. You know, I never figured that window could be shut and locked from the outside the way you said. You kind of spoiled the mystery.
You admit you killed Dorothy Prentice?
Of course I don't. I'm just talking. It's nice to talk, even on a crazy subject. Why, in your opinion, did I kill that woman?
In order to get attention? The attention you've been without for so long?
Well, I've been pretty lonesome. I've wanted folks to notice me again, but do you think that's a good enough motive for what you say I've done?
It wouldn't have been for you if you hadn't learned that your roomer was a freed murderess. You considered her life of little value.
It didn't have any value. She was a bad woman. I went to the library, got old newspapers, and read about her case.
That's how you found out about Scarface Mike Costa, the brother of the guy she killed?
Uh-huh. Even come across some pictures of him.
He never came here looking for Dorothy Prentice, as you said.
No, but that seemed a good story to tell the cop.
But I guess you're ready now to tell the true story to the cops.
There ain't been much in the papers about me during the last couple of days, and next week there wouldn't be nothing, maybe. And folks would stop calling on me, and I'd be alone again. By me telling the cops, I won't be forgotten so quick. And you'll put some more pictures of me in the paper soon.
Yes.
We'll go down to headquarters right now, and I'll confess to everything you've said. Darn good idea you've given me, young fella. I'll get my coat.
Hey, well, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you mean you'll confess to everything I've said, that I've given you a good idea?
Well, you understand English, don't you?
Yes, but look here. Am I wrong about this? Did you kill that woman?
I'll get my coat and
wait a minute, Mrs. Banks. If you're not really guilty, if you mean to confess to something you didn't do...
I can't hear you.
Well, I say you can't do that.
Wait till I get back to the parlor. Now, what did you say I couldn't do?
You... What's that in your hands?
The thing that shot a knife clean through that woman's body. There's another knife in it now, young fella. And it's pointed straight at you.
I see.
I'm going to let you have it now.
There's nothing I can do to stop you, I guess.
Of course there ain't. Here, take the darn thing out of my hands. It's heavy.
You're just handing it to me?
Well, it's the evidence you needed. You didn't have none before.
But I...
Fooled you, didn't I? You were chump enough to think that I'd hurt a nice young fella like yourself.
Yes.
I can fool folks right along. I'm the real woman of mystery, Mr. Casey. But I get you guessing again before we're through. Oh, let's be getting down to headquarters. I want to confess and have some fun with them police.
What was the gadget Mrs. Banks had, Casey, that shoots knives?
That was a crossbow, Ethelbert. A deadly little war machine used about 700 or 800 years ago.
Crossbow?
Uh-huh. It's a short bow set across a hunk of wood that was shaped pretty much like a rifle stock. It was made to shoot short arrows or bolts that were about the length of modern carving knives. Things an antique that Mrs. Banks' husband had picked up.
Poor old lady. So lonesome she committed murder to get attention. What'll be done with her?
Insane asylum. Where she'll be perfectly happy because attention is something she's sure to get there for the rest of her life.
She's crazy, huh?
So the docs say, in the legal definition.
Poor old lady.
Well, think of the poor doctors and nurses are going to have her on their hands. They'll never know what she's going to pull from one moment to the next.
I wish I were sure of what she's already pulled.
What do you mean, Casey?
I'm never going to be absolutely sure she used that crossbow, that she's really a murderess. I'll never be really sure that she hasn't played me for a chump in order to get what she wanted.
The solution of this mysterious mystery is still a mystery, huh?
I don't think so, but... nuts. Look, if you two won't kibitz too much, maybe I can really dope out that third race.
See what you're complaining about, John.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, who owns this pawn shop, Paul? You, me, or both of us?
We both do, you know that.
Okay, then. From now on, I sign checks the same as you do.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're getting your share of the profits, aren't you?
So you say. Only I don't trust you. I'll get it. Hello. Hello. Wait a minute, is anybody on here? Hello.
Hello? Is this Blaine's pawn shop?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to speak to Paul Blaine, please.
Oh, you don't care who you speak to, do you? Just a minute. It's for you here.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Paul Blaine?
Yeah?
This is Boston Blackie. You wanted me to call you?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm sorry about the way my brother spoke to you on the phone. We're having a little argument.
That's all right. What do you want, Blaine?
I'd like to see you. It's important, and, well, could you get down here this afternoon?
Well, I don't know.
No, look, you gotta come. It's awfully important.
All right, Blaine. I'll be there about 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a deal you got cooking with Blackie, Paul?
That's my own business. Now, look, John, I don't want any more trouble with you or...
Oh, no, well, you're gonna get it.
Now, wait a minute, John. Don't leave.
Stop worrying about my leaving. But just start worrying if I come back.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, there's the pawn shop we want. 2 doors down, Mary.
Oh, yeah. Why did Paul Blaine want to see you, Blackie?
I don't know, Mary. That's what I've come down here to find out.
Well, that being the case, let's go in and find out.
Here we are.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Blaine?
Yes, I am. You must be Boston Blackie.
Yes, and this is Mary Wesley.
How do you do?
Mr. Blaine?
Well, you're right on time, Blackie. You said you'd be here at 3, and it's, well, 2 minutes of 3 right now.
I'm generally on time, Blaine. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, it's this, Blackie. I made a loan of $1,000 on a diamond yesterday, and this morning I found out it's stolen property.
Uh-oh.
That's bad, isn't it?
It's very bad, Miss Wesley. It means I may lose my $1,000.
Ooh.
Well, what do you want me to do about it, Blaine?
Well, I thought you'd take the diamond to the insurance company that carries a policy on it and make a deal so I could get my money back.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could do that, but why can't you?
Well, they'd have no reason to bargain with me. They'd know I'd have to turn in the diamond to the police, and... Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be too much trouble for you to...
Blackie's so used to trouble, he's lonesome without it.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, but I like that.
That's what I like. Modesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blaine. I'll take the diamond.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Here, I have it here in my pocket.
Okay, Blaine. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
About what time, Blackie?
Same time as now, 3 o'clock. Come on, Mary.
Okay. See you at 3 tomorrow, Blackie. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and don't mention it. Let's wait here for cab, Mary.
All right. Blackie, will you be able to get Mr. Blaine's $1,000 back?
I think so, Mary. All I have to
That was a shot.
And inside the store, too. Come on. Blaine! Blaine, where... Oh, there he is.
Blackie. Oh, it looks like he's...
Dead, Mary. He has to be dead unless he was wearing a bulletproof heart.
Yes, but who could have...
I don't know. But whoever it was is probably out the back way by now. Well, here we go again. I guess I'd better call Faraday.
No, darling, no. Please don't call Inspector Faraday. You didn't have anything to do with this, but Faraday will never believe you.
All right, Mary. I guess the best way for us to stay out of this is to get out of here.
Hey, Rollins! Rollins, come in my office.
Yeah, Inspector Faraday?
What about some action on the murder of Paul Blaine, the pawnbroker?
Inspector, there hasn't been a thing developed.
Oh, just a minute. Faraday speaking.
Inspector, got a little news for you. You want to know who killed Paul Blaine, don't you?
Sure. Do you know who did it?
Well, I know who was in his store about the time he got bumped.
Oh.
Friend of yours, Boston Blackie.
A friend of it? Hello. Hello.
What was it, Inspector?
Some guy who says Boston Blackie was at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder.
Good. Hey, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
It should be, but it isn't. This is one time I don't think Blackie's involved. And besides, I waste too much time chasing that guy anyway.
Gee, Inspector, you must be sick. Maybe that call was a straight tip.
I doubt it. Besides, I got a line on Blaine's killer.
Yeah, who?
Never mind who. But Blaine sent a certain guy to prison about 5 years ago. Last week, that certain guy got out of prison. I think he killed Blaine for revenge.
Could be, Inspector, but I'd still like to have a look around Blackie's apartment.
Go ahead. Waste your time any way you want. But I'll bet I find a real killer before you find anything on Boston Blackie.
Harry, what's the matter?
Nothing, huh?
Something is, honey. You seem awfully upset. What is the matter?
You read the paper you brought me?
Only the headlines. I don't remember what they said, though.
Well, let me refresh your memory just a little. Here, listen to this headline. Cops looking for ex-convict in Blaine murder.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, I'm an ex-con. Remember that?
Yes, of course, darling. You got out of jail, let's see. It was last, what day was it?
Last Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. But, darling, what does this have to do with you and then this Mr. Blaine's murder?
Well, Blaine sent me to prison. Now the cops are trying to tie me up with his murder.
Oh.
The paper says Blaine was knocked off at 3 o'clock yesterday. If I could just remember where I was then,
Don't you know where you were, Harry? You were with me.
Oh, yeah, but where?
Huh?
We weren't anywhere. We were out walking, that's all.
Oh, yes, that's right. Where were we walking? Do you remember?
Oh, not exactly. Downtown somewhere. No, I've got to keep you out of this. I think I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to see a fellow named Boston Blackie. He helps guys like me.
Oh, you can't leave here if the police are looking for you. Harry, I've met Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley. I know her. I'll get her to help me, and she'll get Blackie to help you.
Now, Helen, please, can't you remember where you and Harry were, and at least about what time it was?
No, Mary, I can't. All I know is that we were out walking.
Yes, but where, dear?
Just downtown.
That's a big help. Now, look, Paul Blaine was murdered at 3 o'clock in his shop on 71st Street. Were you on 71st Street around 3 o'clock?
Well, no.
Oh, gosh, I'm beginning to sound like Blackie.
Mary, I don't know where we were. I started out to see a man about fixing my coat. I think I have his address here in my purse.
Oh,
Now,
well,
just
this
a
might be
minute.
something.
Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Here's his address. 20th Street.
All right, now you think you were on 20th Street.
Yes. Down there somewhere. But I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. What's that other card in your purse?
Where? Which one? Oh, yes, let's see. Oh, yes, I remember. A sidewalk photographer took our picture and gave us this check.
Yesterday?
Yes, while we were out walking. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, as Blackie might say when I show him this, it's a nice photograph. Let's hope it doesn't result in any negative development.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Rawlins. I'm calling from Blackie's apartment. And guess what I found? Guess.
Guess. What am I? A guest star? What was it?
A diamond.
So what?
Well, this diamond is listed as one of the things which should have been in Paul Blaine's pawn shop, but wasn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, and that means maybe Blackie was, well, he might have,
What are you talking about?
well, you see,
I get it. Blackie slipped up behind you and has a gun in your back, huh? Some cop you are. Well, just put Blackie on the phone.
Sure. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks, Rollins. And don't go away yet.
Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
Blackie, what is that diamond from Blaine's pawn shop doing in your apartment?
It's all very simple, Inspector, but it'll sound complicated to you. Blaine gave it to me
Oh, yeah? When?
at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. That's when we think he was killed. And I got a tip you were there when it happened. Only I didn't believe it.
Why not? I was there. A few minutes before and after the murder.
What? And you didn't report it?
No, Faraday, and you know why, too. It meant getting mixed up in this, which is something I didn't want to do.
I didn't believe the tip I got. And I'll tell you something you won't believe.
What?
I believe you. How do you like that?
Faraday, my, how you've changed.
Never mind about me. You send Rollins back to headquarters. And with that diamond.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Rollins,
Yeah, Blackie?
Faraday wants you back at headquarters, and you can take this diamond with you.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Blackie. Good, Oh, hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Sergeant Rollins.
Come in, Mary. The sergeant is just leaving.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Well, Mary, I almost got mixed up in the Blaine murder. Rollins found that diamond Blaine gave me, and Faraday got a tip I was there when Blaine was killed.
Oh, somebody's trying to frame you. Well, that means you'll help my friend Helen, doesn't it?
What? What friend, Helen?
Helen Waltham, darling. The one I told you about on the telephone. Faraday thinks her fiancé, Harry Matthews, murdered Blaine.
Oh, yes. Well, that means I'd better find an alibi for Matthews that will show him away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murder.
Well, all right, then I know this much, Blackie. Yesterday afternoon, Helen and Harry were walking on 20th Street. Now, that's about 5 miles from the scene of the crime. A sidewalk photographer took their picture, she thinks about 3 o'clock, and she had a receipt for it. I took that. Here.
Picture, huh? Say, I'd like to see it. Maybe the shadows on the street or something on it would give Matthews an alibi. Yeah. It's awfully late. Photoshop is probably closed by now. But if we can get into the dark room, maybe we can bring an alibi for Matthews out into the light.
How soon will the picture be developed, Blackie?
Should be about now, Mary. I've had the print and the solution about, I'm beginning to see something now.
Good.
I'm glad you took this claim check from Helen so we could find this picture.
Developing that print isn't taking as long as it took us to get in here.
That was a tough lock on the door, Mary. You had a hard time picking it.
Yeah, you'll have to buy the photographer a new lock, won't you?
I suppose so. Now, let's hope this picture shows something that'll help us. All we know now is that it was taken the afternoon of the murder.
Okay, I'm hoping. Look, Blackie, there's the whole picture now. It's clear, too.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll lift it out of the solution and have a look at it. Here, I'll put it on the table here and hold it down with these weights so it won't curl while it dries. There.
Well, it shows Helen and her friend Matthews all right.
Look behind Helen and our boyfriend, Mary. The Leeds jewelry store clock, and look at the time.
3 o'clock. And Leeds Jewelry Store is on 20th Street, a good 5 miles from where Paul Blaine was killed.
And at 3 o'clock. Tell your friend Helen not to worry, Mary. Our friend Harry Matthews is all right. The clear shot of the clock in this picture put him in the clear, too.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Paul Blaine, pawnbroker, gets Blackie's help in returning a stolen diamond. Just after Blackie leaves him, however, Blaine is shot and killed. Police think Blaine was murdered by Harry Matthews, ex-con, who was sent to jail by Blaine. But with the help of his girlfriend, Helen Waltham, Matthews receives Blackie's help in proving his innocence. Blackie finds a sidewalk photographer's picture of Matthews near the Leeds Jewelry Store, 5 miles away from the murder scene, with the hands of the clock at 3, which is the time Blaine was killed. So Matthews is obviously innocent. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley is at the Leeds Jewelry Store.
And what can I do for you, miss?
I'm not sure. Are you Mr. Leeds?
Yes, I am.
Well, this may sound sort of silly, but I'd like to know about that big clock out in front of your store.
I hope you don't want to buy it.
Oh, no. I just would like to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it's the most accurate clock in town, miss. We have it checked once a week. It loses hardly a second.
I see. When was it checked last?
Why, 4 days ago.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's the nearest public phone?
Oh, if you want to use a phone, you may use mine right there on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
You found out about the clock?
Yes, it's always right, and it was checked 4 days ago.
Good. Now I'm absolutely sure Matthews is innocent. I'm going up to tell him. For 2 reasons. To make him happy and Faraday miserable.
All right, Matthews. You might as well talk. I didn't come to your apartment to outstare you.
I don't have anything to talk about, Inspector Faraday.
You killed Paul Blaine, so you ought to have a lot to talk about.
I didn't kill him, Inspector. I admit I had a reason. He sent me to jail, but I didn't kill him.
That's what they all tell me. Until I prove they're lying. Who's that at the door? One of your pals, Matthews?
I don't know who it is.
Well, go answer it. But no tricks.
Don't worry. I don't have anything to hide.
This Harry Matthews' apartment?
Yes, I'm Harry Matthews.
Blackie, for Pete's sake, what are you doing here?
Just playing newsboy. Good newsboy, I might say.
Blackie, I didn't kill Blaine. Don't let this guy arrest me.
Don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't let Faraday do anything he'd be sorry for.
Look, what do you mean I'd be sorry? Harry here is the one who's going to be sorry. He's going to jail.
Is he? When was Blaine killed?
At 3 o'clock yesterday. You know that.
All right. Take a look at this.
What is it?
A picture of Harry and his girlfriend walking down 20th Street, a good 5 miles away from the scene of the crime. Taken yesterday, too. There's a date on it. Look.
I am looking. So what?
So look at the clock behind them. What time does it say?
Well, it says 3 o'clock.
That's right. And do you know what time it is now, Faraday?
Huh? What's that
it's
got to do?
It's time you apologized to an innocent man and got out of here.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, Matthews.
No, okay. And Blackie, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Blackie. You're a big help to me. You've just cost me my only suspect.
Don't fret, Faraday. What I take away, I usually put back. I've got another one for you. Come on, Harry. I'd like you to drive me down to see him right now. This is Blaine's pawn shop right here, Harry. Thanks for driving me.
No trouble, Blackie.
It was nice seeing you, Blackie.
Thanks, Helen, and thanks for the lift.
Okay.
Oh, say, would you wait for me for a few minutes? I'm going to want to get to my bank, and I may not be able to get a car.
Sure, we'll wait. But you better hurry. The bank closes in a few minutes. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to pick up Helen.
That's all right. We'll make it.
How far to your bank?
It's down on 25th Street.
The Weatherly National, Blackie?
Yes, Helen, why?
Why, that's my bank, too.
Well, we're practically partners then, Helen.
Yes.
I'll be out in a minute.
You want me to go with you?
No, thanks, Matthews. I like to do things like this alone. Be right back.
Hurry.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah? What's good about it?
Well, that's fine talk. You own this shop?
I'm John Blaine, if that's what you mean.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Hooray. So you're Boston Blackie. So what?
So I'd like to talk to you. Maybe about the killing of your brother.
What makes you think I killed him?
You were having an argument when I called up yesterday afternoon and spoke to your brother.
So what?
So an argument could end in a killing.
So could too much curiosity. Get out of here, Blackie. Fast.
Now, is that a nice way to do business, John? Your brother Paul never pulled a gun on a visitor.
Get out of here, I said.
When I'm finished.
You're finished now. Get out of here. Maybe this will help you move.
You missed me, my friend. Or should I wait till I try to turn my head?
I missed you because I wanted to. But next time, maybe I won't want to miss.
I wish I'd known you were having trouble with John Blaine, Blackie. I could have run out and given you a hand.
I didn't mind arguing with him, Harry. It was the back talk from his gun I couldn't do anything about.
Blackie, I want to thank you for helping Harry out of his trouble.
He's not out completely yet, Helen.
What?
He isn't, Blackie. Why isn't he?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wasn't able to prove John Blaine is 100% suspect. And until I do, Faraday will always feel like Harry here is guilty.
Well, as long as you believe I'm innocent.
You're safe. Even Faraday has to face the facts. You couldn't have killed Blaine. You're too far away from the scene of the murder when Blaine was killed. Oh, say, it's too late for me to get to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, dear, that's a shame. It is after 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Slightly. Say, do either of you have enough money to cash a check? If it isn't too big?
Well, all I've got is $5. How about you, Helen?
No, I don't think Oh, wait, I might have some. Yes, Why, yes, of course I do.
Swell. Could you spare 50, Helen?
50? I don't... Oh, dear, what's the matter with me? I drew 100 out of the bank yesterday.
You did?
Yes, it was yesterday. I remember I got to the bank just at closing time, and I had to argue with the man at the door to let me in. Here's the money you wanted, Blackie. Oh, how much did you ask for?
Just 50.
Oh, yes, 40, 50. Here, you can make a check out later.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. I could give you more if you wanted it.
No, thanks. You've given me plenty already. That sidewalk photographer must have a mania for putting fancy locks on his door. This one's tougher than the one I picked yesterday, Mary.
It sure seems to be. But what are we going to find by breaking into this dark room again?
Oh, nothing much, Mary. Just this. How Helen Waltham could have been with Harry Matthews in front of Leeds jewelry store having a picture taken at 3 o'clock yesterday and still be in her bank at closing time. That's 3 o'clock. I know it's my bank, too. There, that opened the lock.
Good. But about the time, that's impossible, darling. The clock on Leeds jewelry store is never wrong.
I know it. But why would Helen say she was in her bank at closing time if she wasn't? She was very definite about that.
Yeah, I know. So you said.
Come on. Let's go into the dark room. I'm going to take a look at that picture again.
All right.
Wait, I'll turn on the light. There.
Blackie, you think the picture of Harry and Helen was faked? Retouched or something?
No, it wasn't. Or I would have noticed it. The picture was real. The clock wasn't wrong. So there's only one answer to this whole thing.
What?
I said there's only one answer, Mary. I didn't say I knew what it was.
Oh.
Let's see. Do you remember the number of that picture of Harry and Helen?
I sure do. 4121.
Yeah. Here's the index file. 4121. 4121. Where's that? Oh, here we are. Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate picture, all right.
So where are we? Right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. This is picture 4121. Let's have a look at picture number 4120 and see what that looks like.
Well, what do you think that'll show?
Well, I don't know. That's why I want to look at it. 4120, 4120. Ah, here it is, already developed. Yeah, taken at the same spot. That's good.
Let me look at it, too.
A picture of a woman and a little girl. Well, that's not much. But, Mary, look at the clock behind them.
For goodness sake, there's a man on a ladder doing something to it.
Yes. Looks as if he's cleaning it. And look, Mary, look at the time. It's 3:30.
3:30?
Yes. And do you know what that means? It means the picture was taken before picture number 4120, and yet the clock says 3:30. So picture number 4121 showing Harry and Helen had to be taken after 3:30.
Blackie. Then Harry could have killed Paul Blaine.
He not only could have, Mary, but he probably did. That guy on the ladder there is obviously Harry's accomplice. He was planted to set back the clock so that Harry could have an alibi when his picture was taken.
Wow.
Wow is right. So it was Harry and not John Blaine, after all. I should have known John acted too guilty to be guilty. Come on. It's going to hurt to do this, but I've got to call Faraday and tell him that he was right about Matthews.
Oh, it's a lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Beautiful, Mary.
Is that Beautiful Mary or Beautiful Mary?
Take your choice.
Well, I've taken it, and so I thank you, kind sir. Hey, Blackie.
Yes?
Why did Harry Matthews call Inspector Faraday and tell him you were at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder?
Oh, that's easy, Mary. 2 reasons. He wanted to involve me, and he wanted to make sure the police established the time of the murder at 3 o'clock, so his alibi with the fixed-up clock would stand up. He probably was hiding in the back of the pawn shop while we were talking to Paul Blaine the day of the murder.
Oh, I see.
That guy Matthews was clever, Mary. He never once offered an alibi. He knew it would be too phony if he did. He waited for me to supply it for him, and I did, by discovering that sidewalk photographer's picture.
Yeah, he was clever, all right. He killed Paul Blaine for revenge, didn't he? But he made one mistake, you know. He didn't go to the trouble to find out where his friend Helen was at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, and thanks to her, we broke the case. I certainly was glad Faraday didn't involve her.
Yeah.
Harry was obviously just using it.
Here you are,
Yes,
lady.
Blackie, did you see what just happened?
What?
A sidewalk photographer just snapped our picture.
Well, how do you like that? Why does everything happen to us?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly does. Blackie, tell me, how do sidewalk photographers like this fellow know whose picture to take?
How? Why, Mary, that's simple. Snap judgment, that's all. Just snap judgment.
Oh.